What if strength wasn't measured by how much power you hold, but by how wisely you wield it? Harry's path now veers into uncharted magical theory, exposing hidden truths and stirring forces that even the Rune Stone cannot fully contain. Welcome back, Grimoire Guardians, to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today, we continue Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path by Temporal Knight with Part 5, a turning point in the story where mastery meets consequence. Disclaimer: this audiobook is based on a fan-created work. The original Harry Potter universe belongs to J.K. Rowling, and the Rune Stone Path is written by Temporal Knight. This adaptation is purely for entertainment and to celebrate the incredible creativity of fanfiction writers. As the layers of magical education deepen, so do the mysteries. Harry's pursuit of knowledge begins to ripple beyond his own journey, affecting those around him, and challenging the authority of some of the wizarding world's most powerful figures. This section delivers more than just magic. It explores the cost of ambition, the limits of trust, and the fragile balance between independence and isolation. If this series resonates with you, subscribe to become a Grimoire Guardian and never miss a chapter. And if you'd like to support the channel's mission of sharing powerful fan stories, consider joining the Wizard Army. Let's continue the journey. Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path, Part 5 begins now. Chapter 26, Yule Tidings. Harry walked into the common room early the morning after his talk with Shiva to see Hermione already sitting in her favorite spot and reading a book. Smiling, he walked over to sit with her. "Hey." "Good morning, Harry," Hermione said, marking her page and setting it aside. "Sleep well?" He nodded. "Yeah, so would you like to?" Hermione put a finger over his lips before he could finish the question. "Before you ask, we need to talk for a minute. Is this a good talk or a bad talk?" Harry asked, frowning. "Because I just had a rather emotionally draining talk with Shiva last night, and I'd like to have a bit of warning if I'm about to have another one." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Oh, what kind of emotionally draining talk? Do I need to go and threaten her again?" "No, it wasn't that bad. It was just wait again." "When did you threaten Shiva the first time?" Harry asked, gaping at his girlfriend. Hermione blushed and looked down at the ground. "I may have threatened to end her after waking from the basilisk attack. You had just mentioned she was trying to become your legal guardian, and I wanted her to understand that you trusted her, and that if she used that to hurt you, I'd make her life a living hell." Hermione mumbled, her face beet red. Harry continued goggling at her before finally bursting out laughing and hugging Hermione to his chest. "Man, Mione, you are scary when you're angry. Thanks for sticking up for me back, then, though it really wasn't necessary." She nodded against his chest. "And it's not necessary now. She tried to convince me I should leave the wizarding world with her, that we'd move to a foreign country after the Yule Ball, and only keep in contact with the main group." Hermione pulled back, drawing in a breath in a sharp gasp. "But the tournament, that would make you lose your magic." Harry nodded. Before she could freak out further, he kept talking. "Don't worry, I'm not going. I did consider it, though. I agree with her that I'd be fine living a muggle life if it kept me out of a casket, but I convinced her that I think it would only push off, and probably assure, my untimely death. Eventually Voldemort would come back, track me down, and kill me without much of a fight. At least if I have my magic, I can try and defend against him. The tournament hasn't killed me yet, and I'm getting a bit better. Hermione sat back in the couch and didn't speak for a long time. Harry had almost decided to reach for her book when she started talking quietly. You would have told me, and NYM before you left, right? Of course, Harry said, staring at her, confused at the obvious question. And where you were going, so we could follow you. Harry raised his eyebrows. You wouldn't have been rid of me that easily, Mione. Slowly she nodded. I can understand why she'd advocate for that solution, then. I certainly prefer you breathing as well. It would be rather gross trying to kiss a corpse, he said, smiling. Don't even joke about that. Hermione shuddered. Well, the talk I was going to initiate is nowhere near that level of difficulty. It will likely be awkward and require some time to think about, but ultimately it rather pales in comparison. Well, that's good to know. Shoot. You know, I stayed with Fleur the other night. When she paused, Harry nodded. We spoke. Quite extensively. Harry, I don't know how much you've noticed, but Fleur has not exactly been subtle about trying to get closer to the both of us. Yeah, I know, Harry said, running a hand through his hair. Even I can't exactly miss the flirting. I got her to tell me what she was hoping to have come about at the end of all this. Hermione said, wringing her hands. Hear me out, okay? Don't just dismiss it out of hand, Harry. Fleur is, well, she's hoping for, to be our consort. Harry closed his eyes and sighed. So she's not just being playful then, but she's actually well and truly serious. Yes, she is. Wait. Hermione's head whipped up, and she stared at him, mouth agape. You understand the implications? I did my research after getting blindsided with the two wives thing, Harry said, shrugging. I didn't want to end up being roped into something similar because of some ancient tradition that no one pays attention to but is still on the books. Found out about consorts in the process. I can apparently take one official consort per line. Not that I had ever planned on exercising that right, he said. Harry Potter. Hermione said, her eyes narrowing. Yup, she was angry. At least she was sticking to just 2 names instead of 3. He could always call Dobby for a quick escape if she transitioned into 3 names. You knew about consorts before we returned to school, and you never told me? You knew about the 2 wives thing long before I did. I just assumed you had already read about consorts too. It wasn't enough. Hermione wasn't backing down. I'm sorry. Hermione shook her head and leaned back, crossing her arms. For future reference, this is the sort of thing you should bring to Tonks, or Arg. That could have saved me some awkwardness the other night. Sorry, Harry said contritely. Frowning, he continued almost to himself. Daphne did said that Fleur would likely be going a different direction since Tonks was dating us, but I didn't think Fleur really wants to be a consort. Yes, Fleur is interested in being a consort, Hermione said, still sounding mildly annoyed, but at least she didn't sound angry anymore. Despite us dating NYM too? Hermione nodded. She didn't quite say as much, but I think she likes NYM as well. She identifies with us all on some level, since we were all rather isolated growing up, and she craves a relationship with someone who understands that feeling and the loneliness. She wants to continue her line, as well, correct. Luna said, leaning over the back of the couch. Hermione and Harry let out a shout of surprise and fell off the couch as they scrambled away. Merlin, don't do that, Luna, Hermione said, clutching her chest. How are you so quiet? Harry asked, trying to calm his racing heart. Coco wandered over, licked his face, and lightly headbutted him, before giving that odd laugh she had. Luna shrugged. I've always been quiet. She hopped over the couch and sat cross-legged, there looking down at her two friends with a big smile. So, you three are going to start dating Fleur now? I like her. She's very nice. We hadn't quite gotten to that point in the conversation. Luna, Hermione groaned. Harry shook his head and chuckled at the girl. She did ask two valid questions, though, Mione. He got to his feet and pulled Hermione up as well. Both sat back down with Luna in between them, eagerly looking to each face in turn. Yes, Luna, in answer to your first question, Fleur is interested in continuing her father's name, which a consort option would allow for. That's probably what I'll have to do as well, Luna said, nodding along. Unless I end up in Tracy's harem, in which case I'll just have to find a donor father who doesn't need a long-term relationship. Luna, Harry said, looking at the girl, critically, you do mean donor, like in those muggle methods I was talking to Daphne and Tracy about a few months ago, right? Where's the fun in that? Luna asked, confused. It would have to be the old-fashioned way. If I am going to have a child one day, then I want to enjoy the act of conceiving the child as much as actually having the child. Ah, right, Hermione said, blinking rapidly and trying to ignore the implications of that statement. Fleur did stress that she was more interested in a fulfilling romance than being a trophy consort for someone she didn't care for. And she thinks she can have that with us, Harry said, looking carefully at Hermione and becoming completely serious. The brunette nodded. She does. She said being involved with the three of us would essentially be the best possible outcome for her. Fleur did, however, make it clear that if the three of us were not comfortable with it, then we should not feel guilty for turning her down. She would move on and find love with someone else. She did ask for us not to dismiss the option, though, until the end of the school year, if only so that she could pretend a bit longer. You should date her. She'd be good for you all, Luna commented, bobbing her head. Hermione shut her eyes and visibly counted to 10, while Harry just leaned back into the couch and thought. He was quiet for a long time before he shifted slightly. Mione, are you interested in dating Fleur? Harry asked with a furrowed brow and quiet voice. I just... Hermione sighed and sat back in defeat, nodding. Yes, Harry, I am. It's selfish and greedy, and I already have two amazing partners who care for me very much. But yes, I am interested in her. Can I ask why? Part of it is related to how she is actively pursuing us. You and I just sort of fell in together after dancing around each other for months. It's mostly the same situation with NYM. Fleur, though, is trying to actually seduce us. It's nice to feel like I'm worth pursuing. Harry opened his mouth to dispute that, but Luna quickly covered it with her hand. Shush, Harry. Let Hermione talk. Hermione nodded thankfully at the younger girl. That's not the entire thing, of course. I understand the loneliness she spoke of, how being a Vila forced her into social isolation. I experienced similar issues due to my intelligence and love of reading. NYM has a direct correlation with her metamorph powers, forging a complete parallel. You've always been isolated yourself thanks to the Dursleys in the Muggle world and the boy who lived thing in the magical one. Hermione sighed. So, yes, Harry, I admit to feeling a kinship with Fleur, and I am open to exploring that. Harry considered that before asking, Your parents wouldn't have any problems with that. Actually, how do they feel about you being with NYM2? He shook his head ruefully. How have I never asked that? My parents knew I'd have a girlfriend in addition to a boyfriend before I talked to you over the summer. Hermione shrugged. They didn't really put up much of a fuss about it all. I told NYM how I think they were just ecstatic that I wasn't already married to Truly Mind. I haven't quite told them yet that I've already gotten a second partner. I should probably do that soon. If they read the Quibbler, they already know, Luna said, patting Hermione's leg as the brunette lost some color. Yes. Well, moving on, Hermione sputtered. We're not really talking about my parents, Harry. We're talking about you and me and NYM and Fleur. Yeah, you're right. He ran a hand through his hair and shook his head. Honestly, I knew she was flirting with us, but I didn't really think that Fleur was aiming long-term. I'm uncomfortable enough with 2 girlfriends. Mione. I'm not sure I'd be okay with a 3rd. I like Fleur. I really do. I get that we all have a similar background and can understand each other. The thing is that I really am not sure I can handle a 4th leg in this relation at this point. I understand, Harry, Hermione said softly, reached over to squeeze his leg. There's nothing wrong with that. Can I take some time to think about it? I don't want to string her along, but I have to sort out how I feel and whether it's something I could see lasting. I am not going to jump into something that could jeopardize what I already have with you. And NYM, that's fine, Harry. This is why I brought it up now. Just like when I brought up Tonks during the summer, I feel it needed to be addressed so that everyone could start thinking about it. Hermione said, smiling at him. Mione, Harry said, turning to look at her. If you want to date Fleur, I think you should. Don't let my baggage and insecurity hold you back. Hermione's eyes widened, and she gaped at him for a moment. Luna calmly reached over and closed her mouth, jump-starting Hermione's brain somewhat. Come again. If I can have 2 wives, then you should be able to have a second partner as well. I'll tell NYM the same thing, and... No. Hermione shook her head, cutting him off. Thank you for the offer, and I appreciate the sentiment, Harry, but no. I already have 2 partners. I have you and Tonks. Tonks has 2 partners as well with you, and me. I really should have brought her into this discussion to begin with, and that's my fault for not thinking things through, but my point stands. Just as you don't want to jeopardize what we have, I don't plan to do anything to endanger it either. I'm sure Tonks feels the same. Oh, Harry said, a warm feeling spreading in his chest. He fought a blush as he mumbled, Good to know. I'll talk to Fleur and let her know to try and tone things down a bit while we figure out whether or not the consort thing is something we'd all be open to. Okay? Sounds like a plan, though I may talk to her at breakfast. Thanks, Mione. She just smiled back at him, and both chuckled slightly as his stomach rumbled. Breakfast. Standing, he pulled Hermione up as well, and they moved around the couch. We'll meet you down there, Luna. Luna waved to her friends and sighed down at Coco, who had jumped into her lap to be petted. Oh, pooh. Now I don't get to bring out my chalkboard to chart their relationship. Watch her. Harry, Hermione, Tonks said as both sat down across from her at the breakfast table. It was still somewhat early, so the hall wasn't filled yet. Morning, Tonks, Harry said, piling food on his plate. I expected to see you 2 here, earlier considering none of us really seem to sleep in anymore, even when I give you the morning off," Tonks said, eyeing them speculatively. Hermione sighed. "We got distracted by a discussion." "Way you put that. It sounds like an important one." "We were talking about our relationship," Hermione admitted. "It got complicated. Luna got involved and seemed ready to start making diagrams or something before we made our escape. She was going for a chalkboard." Tonks blinked at her before looking to Harry, who kept nodding. A moment later, Tonks shook her head and chuckled. "Why does that not surprise me? So what were you even talking about concerning us that inspired her like that? Should I be worried?" "We'll tell you later," Hermione said, blushing. Harry looked between his partners while a few more people came to sit down. "We might as well just tell her now." "What?" Hermione's eyes widened as she turned to him. "Harry, it is breakfast. We should wait and talk in private." "Do we have to?" "I'm really not looking for another confusing conversation of trying to understand girls, and Tonks likes it straight anyway. Right, Tonks?" Right?" She squinted between the two. "I feel like I'm missing something important here, though. Come on, Hermione, let me rip the Band-Aid off," Harry asked, giving the brunette his best puppy dog stare. Hermione groaned and covered her face in her hands. "I'll take that as a yes. Tonks, we were talking about Fleur." Tonks nodded sagely. "Yes, that makes so much sense now." The sarcasm was nearly visibly dripping from her tone. "Empty classroom," Hermione said from beneath a curtain of hair. "Please, for the love of all that is holy, don't talk about this in the middle of the great hall." "Oh, fine," Harry grumbled, grabbing a muffin, standing and heading for a room a little ways off the hall with a thoroughly bewildered Tonks and a blushing Hermione trailing behind. As soon as the door closed, Harry charged onwards. "Okay, so long story short, Fleur's flirting is not because she's playful and likes us, but more because she likes us and wants to try for something long-term. She's interested in us because she feels that she can relate to us all better since the four of us all grew up as antisocial loners with few friends. Hermione is open to the idea, but I asked for time to think about it because I don't want to risk damaging what the three of us already have, and Hermione agreed that our current relationship is paramount. It's weird having two girlfriends, and I'm not sure I'd be able to be there enough for three." Harry paused and turned to Hermione. "Did I miss anything?" Hermione just groaned and raised her eyes to the stars in prayer. "Tonks, Fleur isn't interested in muscling either of us out of a wife position. She wants to be a consort with someone she cares about so that she has love as well as the potential to continue the Delacour name." Tonks looked between her partners, completely bewildered. Her hair flashed through several colors before settling back on pink. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Harry. "So short version is Fleur wants to date. Hermione is willing to date. You are unsure about dating. And neither of you will date unless I agree?" "Basically," Harry nodded happily. "You should have said that to begin with," Tonks said, shrugging. Hermione growled and balled her fists. "What is wrong with you both? This isn't something that can just be summed up in a minute-and-a-half conversation. We need to have an in-depth discussion and establish how each of us feels and how this impacts the larger dynamic, and whether or not we accept that this is even remotely plausible without hurting each other. And arg." Crossing her arms, she glared at Tonks and Harry, both of whom were looking at each other in confusion. "You both have the emotional range of a teaspoon, Hey. Harry Mock glared at her. I resent that. Ron has the emotional range of a teaspoon. I'm at least a tablespoon. Quite right, Wonder Boy. Tonks agrees, stepping beside him. She shifted to match his height and crossed her arms to mirror his posture and join in his mock glare. We are tablespoons when it comes to emotions. Hermione kept her own glare for almost 10 seconds before cracking and shaking her head in exasperation. Tonks, can you please be serious about this for a moment? No sense of humor, the metamorph said, shrugging and reverting to her normal form. Okay, fine. To be completely serious, I'm not surprised. I've known Fleur was interested in more than just a fling basically since I got here. Guys, I was pretty jealous for a while at first, which really wasn't fair to her at all since I wasn't even dating you at the time. Tonks sighed and leaned against one of the desks. Part of my problem was that I thought she had a really good shot. She's smart, funny, smoking hot, and also very interested in you because of who you are, and not what you are. I've gotten over the jealousy thing, though. That's why you glared at her for a few weeks. Harry muttered. I really have no clue about girls. Yeah, but you're sweet as hell, Harry, so it's endearing, Tonks said, smiling at him. Anyway, my mother's a black, whether she has the name or not anymore. I grew up hearing about her ranting about contracts and mistresses and consorts and vows since before I could walk. I'm not going to lie and say that it wouldn't be a little weird and a huge change, but I'm also not going to deny finding the idea at least mildly interesting. The girl is a freaking Vila. I'd have to be mad to not at least consider it. And she really is crazy about you both. I talked to her for a minute after you went to get your scores. Harry. You did? Hermione asked. Yeah. Nothing deep, Hermione. I just let her know that I had withdrawn my objections to her trying to get into Harry's harem. I was, however, perfectly clear that if she is to join us in any form whatsoever, she has to win you both over first. I'll follow along with the majority decision. I'm not remotely interested in screwing up the one good romantic relationship I've ever had in my life. And why Harry said, frowning. You get a full vote too. We should make these decisions together. And we are, Tonks said, shrugging. Harry, I'm rather forceful in pretty much everything bar relationships. I've always been that way, and it's why I had so much trouble when I first started dating. Can you make your breasts bigger? Sure. Can you take off 2 inches? I hate being shorter than the girl. Sure. I don't have to worry about you or Hermione taking advantage of that part of my personality, though. All it means is I let you both more or less take the lead in stuff like this. But if you're not comfortable... Hermione sighed and patted Harry's shoulder. She already said she was okay with Fleur. Harry, she's simply not willing to say yes, until we do. Harry frowned further and crossed his arms, thinking. Girls make no sense at all, Harry eventually groaned while shaking his head. And can we not call it Harry's harem, please? I'm trying really hard to make this a poly Hermione. What was the word? Polyamorous. A polyamorous relationship. Yes, one where we're all together and not one with 2 wives and 1 husband, Harry said emphatically. Tonks raised her eyebrows and cocked a thumb at Harry while whispering to the brunette. Is he always this confused? About women? Hermione asked, sighing. Yeah, pretty much. Tonks shrugged. At least he's cute about it. Besides, this whole thing is moot anyway since you're going to take some time and see how you feel, Wonder Boy. Hermione and Harry both started to protest before looking at each other and chuckling. Harry turned to Tonks and held up his hands in defeat. You know, if you had led with that, we could have finished this talk in the minute-and-a-half discussion. It started as, "Where's the fun in that?" Tonks asked far too innocently to be believed. So on to a related, but different topic while we have the time. Yule Ball. How are we handling this? Harry shrugged. Well, I'm dating you both. I had figured I'd just ask you both. Hermione, Tonks, would you like to attend the Yule Ball as my dates? Hermione goggled at him while Tonks laughed. You can't take 2 dates, Harry. I checked the rules. Nothing says I can't. It hasn't been done before, best I can tell. But if I ask McGonagall to make sure we have an extra setting at the head table, it should be fine. Oh, I can't wait to see McG when you tell her that. Wonder Boy. Nah, she expects it from me, Harry smirked. I'm far more interested in seeing her face when Neville shows up with Susan and Hannah on each arm. The trio walked back into the Great Hall, only to run into Luna standing by their spot with her hands on her hips. A flicker of fear crossed Harry's mind before he settled on a plan of attack. You two ran away, Luna said. I wanted to make sure I had the diagram correct. We didn't run, Luna, Harry quickly explained. At her look, he hurried to keep talking. I mean, we just wanted to make sure you didn't have to change the diagram by the time breakfast was over in case Tonks was mad for deciding without her. Oh. Luna considered that and put a finger under her chin before nodding. That's nice of you. Reworking things can be frustrating at times. So the verdict is unchanged. For now, yes, the verdict is unchanged, Harry said, nodding and sitting down next to Fleur, while Hermione and Tonks sat next to Luna. Everyone else at the table just looked on in confusion. Fleur stared between the two, raising her eyebrows. Harry leaned closer to Fleur and said softly, Fleur, Hermione talked to me earlier this morning. The French witch nodded. About me, I assume. Yeah, Harry ran a hand through his hair. Can you give me some time to think about it? I'm barely comfortable with just Hermione and Tonks. I need to make sure I can deal with it before giving you a firm answer, either way. I like you, Fleur, but I don't want to screw up either my current relationship or our friendship. I understand, Harry, Fleur said quietly. She turned and gave him a small smile. It is not a full rejection, so I will take comfort in this. Truly, I did not expect anything, sis quickly Zuff, it was nice to hope. Let me know what you end up deciding. I will. Thanks for not pushing. You are my friends. I will never push for something if it makes you uncomfortable. The flirting didn't make me uncomfortable, by the way, Harry commented with a smile. Then he grimaced. But perhaps we can avoid one particular shop in Hogsmeade for a while. Fleur laughed and nodded. Then I will just have to leave that particular measure of enticement to Hermione and Tonks. Harry could only groan louder in response. So, who is everyone taking to the ball? Fleur asked the group. Well, Harry has decided to be different like usual, and is taking both Tonks and myself, Hermione said, giving an annoyed huff and glaring at Harry. The amusement present in her eyes took any heat out of the rebuke. Neville rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You can do that. Harry shrugged. Nothing in the rules says you can't. It's probably the same thing as with Fred's potions. Nobody's done it, so no one thought to say you can't. Huh. Neville looked to Susan and Hannah on either side of him and raised his eyebrows. Before he could do more than open his mouth, both girls nodded. "Sure, Nev, you can take us both," Susan said, smiling. "I love you too," he replied sagely. Daphne rolled her eyes. "I suppose I can't really comment since I'm going with Tracy. Same-sex couples don't usually tend to go out together to these functions without at least a pretend buffer." Tracy chuckled. "Yeah, but we have enough of a rep at this point that nobody's going to say anything." "I can't go. I don't have a date," Luna said, shrugging. Fleur frowned. "That will not do at all. Luna, would you do me the honor of accompanying me to the ball? As friends, of course." Luna's eyes widened. A grin split her face, and she nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. I would love to go as your date, Fleur." "Fred and Alicia are going together," Hermione mused. "So that's 3 out of 4 champions. Should we try and set Victor up as well?" "Already taken care of yesterday," Harry said, waving his hand in dismissal. Millie mentioned at the beginning of the year how she claimed first dibs, remember? Well, I followed through and got her the date. Rest is up to her. Tracy goggled. "Wait, what? How the hell did that happen?" "Victor said he needed a date after we were complaining about the last task together. I told him Millie was available and wasn't just interested in him for Quidditch, so he said okay." "Harry Potter. Matchmaker," Tonks said, smirking. "I just hope one of them knows how to dance." Daphne mused. "They have to be better than Tonks," Harry said, grinning back at the metamorph. "She's downright deadly at times." "Hey, I take offense to that," Tonks replied. "You almost cracked my head on the table when you tried to teach me dancing." "Tonks," Harry said, raising his eyebrows, hair flashing to a quick orange before she mumbled, "The floor was uneven." "Your legs were uneven." Same difference. It was the comment that broke the dam, and the entire table started laughing. Harry rolled his eyes and turned back to eating breakfast. The executive at Outback Training Alternative reached out to the letter that had just been dropped on his desk by a snowy owl. It was a little confusing how the letter made it to him to begin with, since only official business owners were supposed to be able to contact him directly, and the owl was certainly not a typical business correspondence owl. For that matter, the bird was glaring at him quite strongly. Opening the letter with a slight frown, Kevin Lyghd began to read. Before he was even 2 lines into it, he paled. "Marge, get R&D up here immediately," he yelled to his secretary. "To whom it may concern. I am not particularly fond of howlers, but you really deserve one. My name is Harry Potter, and my friend and I recently had rather large issues with one of the aspect columns you designed and sold to the British Ministry for use in their Triwizard Tournament. To clarify, your creation created a double of my friend that mind-controlled thousands of people into trying to kill her, and then my own doppelganger tried to eat my soul. No, I'm not exaggerating, and yes, he really could have done it. You idiots included a soul rune into your focusing array, but didn't link anything through the dissolution matrix. I'll grant you, the soul rune is a good idea to make sure that the aspects are keyed into their originals. I cannot understand how you ignored basic safety measures, though. Seriously, did you have a 5-year-old draw your clusters? Soul runes are unpredictable at the best of times, let alone when they are included in a complicated etching like your aspect columns. I've included diagrams on how to link limiters into your dissolution matrix without disrupting the rest of the cluster. This should stop the aspects from doing any actual harm to their targets. For the love God, please have someone double-check this change and include it into your columns. I'm sure that our experiences with these safety concerns weren't a one-time affair. Sincerely, Lord Harry Potter, owner and CEO of Potter Runes. The night of the Yule Ball saw Harry standing at the foot of the grand staircase and pulling at his shirt collar. Fleur reached over and slapped his hand away. "Stop that. It is fine. You look very dashing." Harry straightened and smiled. "You look beautiful yourself, Fleur." Her deep blue dress was close-cut enough to accentuate her figure without being inappropriate, and her hair was cascading down her back in silky waves. Harry felt his emerald dress robes didn't really measure up, but then he doubted anything he put on would ever measure up to any of the girls' dresses. "I'm still not sure why you all insisted that we wait here, though. We could have just escorted Hermione and Luna down from the common room." "Well, Wonder Boy, you needed the full effect of seeing us in the gowns, and we enjoy being able to watch your reactions." Tonks commented with a grin as she stepped into the atrium. Her tight, black dress ended just below her knees and almost seemed to flow around her as she swayed up to him and kissed his cheek. Wow. Some part of Harry acknowledged that Tonks was right. After all, he had practically gaped when he first saw Fleur a minute ago. And he was doing the same thing now, while looking at Tonks. "That dress is beautiful, and why Thanks, Harry. What do you think, Fleur?" Tonks asked, turning to look over the blonde. Fleur nodded approvingly. "Zay dark purple hair certainly sets off the rest of the outfit. That was a good choice." "I thought so too. Took a while to get the shade right," Tonks said. Harry, still mostly speechless, stared between the two as they chatted. "Did you notice my eyes were silver? I think it adds to the mystery. It matches the necklace as well." "Ah, you noticed." Tonks turned to Harry and patted his cheek. "You better appreciate this, Wonder Boy. I don't generally like getting all dressed up, so enjoy this while it lasts." "Definitely," he said in agreement. Tonks and Fleur both giggled and rolled their eyes. A moment later, Hermione stepped onto the landing, and Harry's brain halted again. He barely recognized his best friend as she walked down the rest of the stairs. Her periwinkle dress flowed around her, and she was wearing a set of opera gloves. Her hair had been pulled up into a bun and either charmed or conditioned to such a degree that it rivaled Fleur's for apparent silkiness. Strolling up to them with a wide smile on her face, Hermione gave a light kiss first to Harry and then to Tonks. "I think you broke him." "Hermione," Fleur said, chuckling. "I'm fine," Harry croaked. "Sure you are, Wonder Boy," Tonks chuckled. Hermione rolled her eyes and looked at her partners. "You are very dashing, Harry. Those robes definitely set off your eyes." "Tonks, I like the hair choice. It goes very well." "Fleur, you are even more striking than usual." "You're not so bad yourself, Han," Tonks replied. Fleur nodded. You are beautiful tonight. And this hair." She reached up and ran a soft finger along the bangs along the side of Hermione's face, not caught in the bun. "Magnifique." "Thanks," Hermione blushed. Lavender helped. The charms from the book weren't quite enough, but she had a bottle of Sleekeasy on hand. "Remind me to get her something nice." Luna should be here in a... Oh, never mind. There she is. Harry nodded appreciatively as his friend came down the stairs, smiling widely. She was in a gold dress which highlighted her hair nicely and set off the sapphire necklace she was wearing. Luna had on short heels as well, which helped to make up some of the difference in height between her and Fleur. "Hello, everyone," Luna said. "You all look amazing." "Thanks, Luna," Harry said, smiling. "You do too." The other three nodded emphatically. She grinned even wider and moved next to Fleur. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Miss Tonks, Miss Delacour, Miss Lovegood," Professor McGonagall said as she came to stand near them. "If you'll all follow me, we will be opening the doors shortly." The group all nodded and stepped into line behind Fred and Alicia. Alicia immediately started chatting with Hermione, while Fred just smiled and swore again that he wouldn't be pranking anyone during the ball when McGonagall asked. McGonagall had just started to turn away when she froze, and her face took on an expression of complete shock with her mouth dropping open. "Mr. Longbottom, what are you doing?" "Greeting my dates for the ball, Professor," Neville said nonchalantly as Susan and Hannah took his elbows. "Dates? Plural? But. Well, if Harry can have 2 dates, I didn't think it was fair to ask one of my girlfriends to go alone just to keep up appearances." Neville smiled and started to walk into the hall to find his seat. "See you inside. Enjoy the evening, Professor." McGonagall was still sputtering as Victor came up and slotted into line behind Harry and Tonks with a dark-haired girl in a green robe accompanying him. Harry smiled in recognition and waved hello. "Hi, Millie. You look very nice tonight." "Thanks, Harry. You're quite handsome yourself." "Tonks, good to see you out of the combat boots for once," Millicent said with an easy smile. Victor laughed beside her and shook his head. "We disagree on that point. I prefer the boots. It means a woman knows how to defend herself. Granted, Millicent has made it clear she can do so without the boots." Millie shrugged. "What can I say? I'm intimidating." "Which is very good. You keep the fangirls at bay." Tonks laughed. "Funny how that works, huh? You never appreciate the value of a good menacing stare until you need to beat others off with a stick to stay away from your date. Either of you need backup tonight, let me know." The doors opened and the champions walked in. There was a collective intake of breath from the crowd as they saw that Harry had one girl on each arm. He snickered and whispered to Hermione, "You'd think they had thought I was joking when I said I was taking you both." Hermione rolled her eyes and shushed him. When they finally were allowed to sit down, the champions took one look at the seating arrangements and mutually agreed to shift things around. Instead of Umbridge sitting next to Crumb, she ended up next to Fred. Harry made sure to sit next to Alicia. He'd originally planned to be between his 2 partners, but, well, he really wanted to watch Fred work. Umbridge lasted longer than Harry had expected. She ignored whatever Fred did that caused her to fart every time she opened her mouth. She ignored her hair suddenly turning a shade of roaring pink and sticking out in all directions. She ignored when her plate started to move away from her, shrieking in fear. Every time she lifted a utensil, she ignored the fact that when the farting wore off, she instead started to croak when speaking. Finally, almost halfway through the dinner, Umbridge sat up straight and shuffled woodenly from the room. Grinning like a loon, Harry leaning to the side and raised his eyebrows at Fred. "So, what did you do? What was the final one?" I didn't see anything different. Fred conspiratorially looked from side to side before leaning down to and beckoning Tonks and Alicia into the small huddle. George and I developed something for Percy originally, but never got around to using it. Oh, Alicia said with raised eyebrows. And what new form of torture were you going to use on your brother? Well, you know how we always say that Percy has a stick up his arse. All three nodded. Well, obviously Umbridge has the same problem. So I just thought that maybe we should help her remove that particular ailment. Bowel loosening charms can be quite healthy for you, I hear. It was only through sheer luck that Harry, Tonks, and Alicia were able to stay on their seats through their gut-wrenching laughter. Wiping his eyes, he saw McGonagall collecting a few galleons from Flitwick and Shiva and quietly saluting Fred. When the time came to open the dancing up, Harry and Tonks took their places next to Fleur and Luna, while the other two champions and their dates were on the other end. Tonks had tried to argue that Hermione should get the first dance, but the brunette had insisted that the older girl take it. Remember, Harry whispered to Tonks, let me lead. Very funny, Wonder Boy, she whispered back, seemingly concentrating heavily on her legs. You really don't have to concentrate that hard. NYM. I do if you don't want us to look like idiots, Tonks muttered. These stupid heels make remembering how long my legs are at the moment even harder than normal. You really don't trip as much while I'm leading. Yeah, because I can concentrate on my legs. Harry. Now shush. The music is starting. Harry listened to his date's request and paid attention to the music and the steps in the dance. They made it through the song, with Tonks only tripping once and even managing to look up at him once they were halfway through. Smiling, the song ending, and he bowed to her while she affectionately shook her head at him. The rest of the students started to file onto the dance floor, and Harry moved sideways to stand in front of Hermione. May I have this dance, my lady? He asked, holding out his hand. Grinning back at him, Hermione took his hand and stepped into his waiting arms. As Harry moved Hermione to the side, Tonks stepped up to take the vacated spot as Fleur's dance partner, while Luna went to find Tracy. I'll try not to make us fall, the metamorph said softly. Even if you do, we will have something to laugh over, Fleur murmured back with a grin. Relax, Tonks. This is supposed to be fun, not work. Dancing is always work for me, she replied in an amused tone. Then perhaps I can finally do Z tango. That would get you to loosen up on Z dance floor. No, that would get me worked up, not loosened up. Since I'm not about to sneak off to a broom closet with you tonight, and neither Harry nor Hermione and I are that far along, I think I'll pass, Tonks said, openly grinning as they started to move. Just because you can tango and salsa better than whatever this is called doesn't mean you get to tango with me. Not until either of my partners says so, at least. Oh, well, I will just wait until it is my turn with Airy Zen, Fleur said, sighing theatrically. Harry's conversation with Hermione, meanwhile, was going down a starkly different path. I still can't believe that Dean asked Ginny to be his date for tonight, Hermione said while they moved with the music. Really? Harry asked, laughing. They apparently started dating last week. Hermione stared at him in surprise at that, and she almost missed the twirl she was led into. Well, I didn't know that. I do hope Tracy at least attempts to rein Luna in soon, Hermione said, caught sight of the little blonde twirling around on the dance floor, all on her own, showing off why they had all refused to let her teach Harry. I'm sure she will. Let Luna have her fun for now, Mione. He directed them through a full spin, and his eyes widened a bit as he caught sight of someone he hadn't expected to see on the dance floor at all. Mione, did you know that Ron had a date? Yes. He asked Lavender 2 nights ago and got lucky. Her boyfriend had, apparently, just broken up with her. So she said yes. I'm surprised he's dancing, actually. I wouldn't have thought he'd know how. Yeah, me neither. I hope he makes sure she has a good time, Harry said, frowning. If he doesn't, he'll regret it. She's getting quite good at stinging hexes from what she told Parvati. The song ended, and Harry bowed to Hermione and shifted positions again to hold his hand out to Fleur. Miss Delacour, may I have this dance? Smiling, Fleur nodded and accepted his hand. Hermione paired off with Tonks, and both sets were swaying around the floor again. So I saw you kept Tonks on her feet, Harry said. Fleur smiled back. It was difficult, but yes, I managed. Are you enjoying the dance, Ari? Actually, I am, he said. I was a bit skeptical at first, but this has worked out a lot better than I expected, and it's a very nice evening so far. Well, I am glad you are enjoying this. Balls can be so much fun as long as the friends and partners are interesting. The French girl chuckled. I do still wish we could tango, Zuff. Harry blushed and softly replied, Maybe next time, Fleur. That's kind of a step too far. I know. No one wants to tango with me, Zuff, she said, rolling her eyes. It does not have to be sexual. It generally is, but it does not have to be. Harry laughed. Fleur, I think you'd give most of the people here a heart attack if you tried to tango with someone. She nodded sagely. Ah, yes, you British folk are so sensitive at times. Oh, before I forget, this weekend after Christmas is for the eggs, yes. Yup, we'll open them together and see if we can get a head start during the holiday. The next song had Harry dancing with Shiva. She laughed as he started to lead her. You got pretty good at this, kid. At least for someone who was deathly afraid of the dance floor. When we started, I decided that if I could fight a chimera and an evil twin, I should at least be able to dance, Harry commented, grinning. When are we getting you a date, by the way? I have 2 and a 3rd girl trying to become official. You need a boyfriend, Shiva. Or a girlfriend. I'm not picky. Harry laughed. Or a girlfriend. What about Bill? You guys seem to get along well. A, he's out of the country way too often. B, Shiva said, shaking her head in bemusement, I am not taking love advice from a teenager. Especially not you. You never do anything normal, kid. Well, Millie and Victor certainly seem to be having a good time. I can do the matchmaking thing on the side. You keep telling yourself that, Harry. The song ended, and Harry's next dance was claimed by Daphne. The music had barely started again before she was swinging him rather forcefully around the floor. Harry knew from when she had taught him that Daphne liked to lead her partner, so he let her take control. You okay, Daph? You seem a bit annoyed. It's nothing, Harry, she said, shaking her head. People aren't giving you a hard time for coming with Tracy, are they? You know, you aren't the only same-sex couple here, Daph. Fleur and Luna may have just come as friends, but Katie Bell and Sully came together just like you. No, Harry, it is fine, really. I've just gotten a few comments from Malfoy tonight that have me riled up a bit. Oh. His eyes narrowed. I should sick the twins on him, then. When he left Hermione, Tonks, and I alone, I thought he'd have taken the night off. No, he has merely focused on a more convenient target. He appears to think I should be on his arm. Sanctimoniously little prat, she glowered. Hey, don't let the git ruin your night, Daff. At least you and Tracy aren't fighting. True. Don't be too surprised if I hang around your group a bit tonight, though. Tracy rather has her hands full keeping track of Luna. Shouldn't that be Fleur's job? Harry chuckled. Fleur took Luna solely so that the girl could come to the dance. Hermione and I have agreed that when Tracy gets exhausted, one of us will step up and take the next spot. The goal is to make Fleur be the last one standing so that she can leave with Luna and escort her back to the dorm. Daphne grinned, shaking her head. We'll make a Slytherin out of you yet. Harry. Tonks had just grabbed a new drink when she spotted one of her targets this evening and made a beeline to intercept him before he could run off again. He spotted her just before she reached him, but wasn't fast enough to move in time. Hey, Mad-Eye, are you even trying to enjoy the night, or are you too worried about assassins popping up? She asked with a grin. You can never be too careful, girl. Moody grouched, his magical eye spinning and focusing on random women before moving on. Constant vigilance is of the utmost importance. Now more than ever, what with these insane events? Tonks' eyes narrowed, though she nodded in agreement. It has been rather worrying, though I don't think it's likely for anyone to try anything with this many people. At least you got the right idea, sticking close to Potter, Tonks. With you at his side, it'll be a lot harder for anyone to get to him outside the tournament. True, but that's not why I started dating him, Mad-Eye. Something was definitely off here. The conversation had gone on long enough, and he had only given one of his code phrase answers instead of the 3 she had given him openings for. She'd only actually said her own version, once though, and he'd answered that one correctly. Maybe she was just being paranoid. Her old mentor would of course answer her second code phrase correctly. So it feels like you've been avoiding me. Anything brewing in the winds I should know about. Nothing specific. Just have to maintain constant vigilance. I taught you that if I taught you nothing else. Wrong. Completely wrong. Yeah, that you did. Well, if you'll excuse me, I need to go find my date. Try to loosen up a bit and enjoy the night for once, Mad-Eye. She smiled as she left, though it was forced. Hermione had the map. She needed to check it immediately. Dumbledore practically ran down the corridors. The passphrases to ensure against impersonators and the Imperious. How had he forgotten that? How had he not realized the danger of allowing Tonks and Crouch to speak? He'd already known the Death Eater only knew of a single code from his own initial talk with the man. How had he overlooked this for so long? It was just lucky that he was close enough to overhear their conversation and recognize the importance of what had been discussed. He knew the woman would be going to that frustrating map that the children possessed. He only prayed he had enough time to reach his office before it was too late. Hermione, do you have the map on you? I need to see it, Tonks said as she pulled her partners aside. Hermione frowned. I do. You need it here, with all these people around. Yeah, please, it's important. Hermione hesitantly reached into her purse and pulled out a small folded piece of parchment. Harry looked at Tonks with a piercing stare. And what's going on? Something's weird with Moody. I just want to check to be sure. I solemnly swear. No, Hermione said, cutting her off. She took her own wand and laid it on the parchment. I promise to never disrespect a book. The parchment began filling with lines, and the title at the top read The Librarian's Aid, and Tonks gaped for a moment before turning to Hermione. The younger girl blushed. Sirius has the original. I've been working with Daphne to try and recreate and improve their work using Harry's mother's notes and Remus and Sirius recollections. There are still some bugs, but I felt it more appropriate to keep this one on us despite the issues. It has a search function. Tonks whistled quietly. That's my girl. All right, well, let's see. Moody, he should be right here. Barty Crouch? What the hell? Dumbledore was breathing hard as he ran into his office. He cast a quick, freezing charm on the portraits and leapt to the ward anchor. Hurriedly, he pressed the symbol that would display a visual list of the presences detected by the inner wards. The feature had initially been implemented nearly 3 centuries ago by a teacher particularly annoyed at students leaving the grounds, and it ensured he could track when they were actually at the school. Dumbledore put it to a decidedly different use now. Taking a deep breath, he raised his wand and directed his magic between the names of Barty Crouch Jr. and Alastor Moody. Nearly 30 seconds of chanting later, the names swapped. Dumbledore closed down the display and resealed the anchor. He could only hope he was not too late. I told you it has some bugs, Hermione said, shrugging. Try wiping it and restarting it. That tends to clear any issues. Knowledge safeguarded. Tonks nodded distractedly and hurriedly activated the aid again. The name switched to Moody. Hang on a second. Come on, contact Sirius. Hey, cousin, I need you to grab your Marauder's map. Yes, I'm at the ball. Don't ask questions, I'll explain later. Okay, great. You see the Great Hall? Who does the map say is at the corner near the main doors? It does show Moody? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'll call back later and explain. Thanks again, cousin. Disconnect. Tonks tapped her comm stone and sighed. Well, I guess it is Moody. Maybe he just didn't think that he needed to give all the code phrases, since we've seen each other around for almost 4 months now. What do you mean code phrases? Harry asked as Hermione slipped her version of the map back into her purse. Moody's paranoid to high heaven. He has 3 code phrases he teaches people he trusts, and they're supposed to slip the phrases into conversations with him the first time they meet after being apart for 3 or more months. Tonks shrugged. It's a safety measure to avoid the Imperius Curse or Polyjuice incidents. Since this was our first real conversation since I got here, I figured he'd want to use more than just one. Could he be under the Imperius? Harry's gaze had turned to fix on Moody. Not very likely. The old man's practically as good at throwing it off as you, Harry. Plus, if it was Imperius, he wouldn't know any of the code phrases. Same with Polyjuice. She paused and sighed. It's always possible he's just drunk. That flask isn't always filled with water. You know, with this many people here tonight, he might have actually decided it was safe to drink a bit. Harry and Hermione looked at each other and frowned. All the same, I think we should keep a closer eye on him. My track record with defense professors is not great, and Harry said. Tonks nodded. We'll keep watch just to be safe. For now, though, I think one of you owes me another dance. I didn't wear heels just to sit around and speculate about the enigma that is my old mentor. Chapter 27. Eggs and Explorations. Harry's friends and fellow champions were all assembled in the room of requirements the day after Christmas. Dobby and Winky were serving refreshments to everyone while the champions stood off to the side with their eggs. Harry turned his over in his hands, studying the thing. It was about a foot high and completely golden, with little decorative whorls and etchings all over it. The hinge along the middle had an ornate little lock in the center with a keyhole. The key that the champions had received for successfully completing the second task was perfectly sized to fit inside the opening. So, do you think that they all have the same clue inside? Fred asked, frowning at the egg. If they do, it seems rather stupid of them to deny us a key if we had failed the last task. All we'd have to do was go and ask one of the other three what the clue was. Victor shrugged. It does not seem like they feel will cooperate like this. I have avoided mentioning it to Karkaroff myself. I doubt he would approve, despite that being the actual purpose of this tournament. Madame Maxime might not encourage it, but at this point I don't think she would discourage it either, Fleur commented. Harry just raised his eyebrows at the others when they looked to him. What? Do you really think Dumbledore would like me working with you guys? I'm just happy he didn't come up with a rule preventing it. Let's just open these things and get it over with. Anyone want to go first? I'll take the plunge, Fred said, slotting his key in and flicking it to the side. As the prankster opened the egg aloud, shrill screeching echoed throughout the room. Everyone immediately cringed and covered their ears, crying out in pain at the horrible noise. Dobby and Winky had dropped their plates and smashed their ears over their heads while the champions dropped their eggs in reaction. Thankfully, as Fred dropped the egg, it banged closed, and the offending screech ended. What the bloody hell kind of clue is that? Tracy complained, sticking her fingers in her ears and glaring at the egg. That's the most useless piece of information throughout this entire competition. I almost don't want to open mine now. Harry muttered. Dobby, Winky, you guys okay? Dobby nodded, wincing slightly. Yes, Master Harry. Dobby Bess fine. It Bess hard to hear, but Dobby Bess fine. Harry sighed in relief and turned back to his fellow champions. As he caught sight of Fleur, he froze. She was standing stock, still staring at the egg with a look of fear and revulsion stuck on her face. Fleur, what's wrong? Harry asked, reaching out to gently touch her shoulder. Fleur jerked back at his touch and took a shuddering breath. Murmish. It was Murmish. Murmish, Hermione commented, frowning. Oui, Fleur replied softly. Fleur. Harry moved towards her again. Fleur. Sorry. The French girl shook herself and visibly composed her features back to neutrality. We must listen to it underwater. It will make sense that way. Neville frowned. Wait, how could you recognize it right away like that? All I heard was screeching. Any Vila would recognize Murmish, Fleur said, shaking her head, but not elaborating further. Most of the group nodded, though Harry continued to eye his friend. Well, let's get some water in here, Fred commented with a forced grin. Who set the configuration? Shiva raised her hand. I did. Give me a second. She shut her eyes, and a few moments later, 4 large tubs of water were standing in the back of the room. That should be big enough, guys. Thanks, Professor. Fred bounded over to one of the tubs and thrust his egg and head in, opening it up. None of the sound carrying above the water. Victor snorted. Always so dramatic, he said, shaking his head in exasperation. He walked to the next tub, and after unlocking and placing his egg in, he just lowered his head, so that just his ear was underwater. Fleur, let's go listen to the clue. Okay, Harry said, taking her hand and pulling her towards the tubs of water. She nodded weakly and moved to her own section. Harry dropped his egg in the water and leaned in to hear its message. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone. It won't come back. He lifted his head from the tub and frowned. Guys, I need some. He cut off as Hermione was already at his side with parchment and quill. She blushed and muttered. I saw Fred and Victor start writing. Thanks, Mione, Harry said, smiling and copying some of the clue. He stuck his head back into the tub a few more times to make sure. He ended up getting the whole thing right. Finally satisfying, he removed the egg and walked back to the table to join the others. Okay, this is what I got in my egg. Did you guys have anything different? Harry asked the other champions. All three took a quick glance at each clue and shook their heads. Victor shrugged. Well, at least we know this task will not be different for each of us. I wonder what they're having us grab from the third one, though, that will help in this one. Fred said thoughtfully, maybe a map of the Black Lake. Or maybe that we will miss. No, that doesn't make sense, Harry said. It's probably either a map or another key. What we will sorely miss has got to be something we already have, like my rune belt or your broom or something. Or a person? Susan said softly. All noise in the room stopped, and everyone turned to look at her. What? It would fit the pattern, wouldn't it? Make the task as dangerous as possible and motivate as best they could, especially if the Umbitch has any say in the matter. You're probably going to have to retrieve someone from the lake, not something. Tonk's hair had gone white as she took Harry's clue and reread it. And if you don't get there within in an hour, they're dead. They can't seriously get away with that, could they? If it's another accident. Sure, Shiva spat out. As long as they can claim that it wasn't intentional and that the line was just to scare you all a little. Hermione nodded slowly. I'll talk to Myrtle. She gets flushed into the lake a lot, so she might already know how to find the Merpeople's village. If she can't draw us a map to start getting used to it, she might at least be able to point us in the right direction. Tracy's eyes widened as she stared at Hermione in shock. You actually talked to Moaning Myrtle? Voluntarily? Hermione shrugged. She's really not that bad, as long as you don't set her off. She got a lot calmer after the basilisk corpse was trotted out. I actually think she has a bit of crush on Harry and Daphne. Daphne shivered. Remind me to never go into that bathroom. I don't even want to think about the implications of a ghost having a crush on me. The map is useless unless you can breathe underwater, Tonks said, her hair shifting back to blue. Harry, I can start teaching you the bubblehead charm. The others should know it by now. It's a 6th year spell, I think. Takes a bit of a magic to maintain long term, but it's a solid option. Harry shook his head. I can learn it as a backup, but if it causes a constant magical strain, then I might have a better method. Oh. Hannah cocked her head in surprise. You can already breath underwater. Neville snapped his fingers and laughed. The Breath Keeper. You're going to repurpose it, Harry. No reason it shouldn't work just as well underwater, Harry said, nodding. At the querying looks from the others, Harry shrugged. It's something I came up with to help Neville a few weeks ago. He was having some trouble with one of the potions we were working on, and it kept blowing up and letting off these horrible fumes. I made a rune stone that switched the contents of your lungs with the nearest clean source of air within 333 meters. It's designed to prevent you from breathing in toxins or bad smells, but since it works via breathing relax and switching spells, there's nothing that stops it from working underwater too. I should start selling that one actually. I could market it to potions labs and diverse. Harry trailed off, rubbing his chin. You could also sell at hospitals. If it works using switching spells, then it can get rid of any fluid or blood in someone's lungs, Hannah said, grinning broadly. Good point, Hannah. Fred, can you add it to the list? I'll give you the specs and instructions on the design later. Will do, partner, Fred said, nodding. I think I'll stick with the bubblehead, though, for the task. You could also always just use gillyweed, Neville said. It's a plant that turns you partly aquatic. Webbed hands, webbed feet, gills slight immunity against cold water. It only works in fresh water, though. Nobody's found a saltwater variant yet. I might try and crossbreed one when I graduate. Shiva nodded. Gillyweed is a good idea. It would help if you're a weak swimmer, too. Victor held up his hand. I think that I will use this method then. I do not enjoy swimming, so the boost would be helpful. What about you, Fleur? Harry asked, turning to the French champion. His friend had been unnaturally quiet throughout the entire discussion, and she was still just staring down at the note clutched in her hands. At Harry's question, she shook herself and sighed. I will go with a bubblehead charm. I can swim relatively well if I have to, and while I would not turn down a runestone, I would prefer not to have some things that I could lose or have taken from me. Harry frowned at her last comment, but remained silent for the moment. What do you think they will take? Luna asked. Perhaps we could put a tracking charm on them the night before to better assist in locating them quickly. Fred smiled at the younger blonde. Good call. My hostage will almost definitely be George. Maybe Alicia. Victor thought for a moment. I am not close with most in Durmstrang. They will likely take Millicent, as V will have been on several dates by the time of this task. Hermione, Tonks, they'll probably take one of you. Or you, Shiva, Harry said dejectedly. Say same for me. Fleur contributed quietly. Zuff, I would think most likely Hermione for me. The others all nodded. Okay, so we have a decent plan for the fourth task. What about the third? Do you guys have any info on it? Daphne asked. All we know for sure is that we have to retrieve the thing to help in the fourth, and that its theme is face the sky, Fred said, shaking his head. My best guess is we're going to be doing some flying. I don't think we're going to end up getting much more than that, unfortunately. At least not without the headmasters cheating again, which I certainly wouldn't turn down. We're all really good flyers, though, which is nice. Harry shrugged. Fleur nodded, perking up a bit. This is true. I may not play Quidditch like usury, but I do enjoy being in the air, and I have my wings as a backup if required. Okay, Shiva said, clapping her hands together. Good planning session and good progress, people. Enjoy the rest of your holiday, and don't forget to do your holiday break homework if you haven't gotten it done yet. A round of grumbling greeted the last comment, and people began to file out of the room. Shiva, Harry, his girlfriends, and Fleur hung back. As the last person left, Harry turned Fleur and frowned. Okay, what's wrong, Fleur? Why did you freak out about the mere people? Binns really needs to be fired. Shiva muttered with a sigh. You're worried about the treaty, right? Fleur nodded, and Hermione gasped. The French girl smiled a little at that, though she crossed her arms before replying. Oui. The treaty forbids any Vila from entering a merman's territory, just as it forbids Sem from entering ours. What treaty? Tonks asked, her hair shifting a few colors. Wait, I read something about this a few weeks ago. Harry said, something about the Treaty of Athens? Avila and Merpeople War, right? That was what, 200 years ago? 300, Fleur said, shaking her head. Say hostilities stopped, but both sides still hate each other for the most part. All Vila are taught to avoid the Merpeople, as many will use any justification to kill us while trying to uphold the treaty terms. They can't do that. Hermione yelled. How can they possibly expect you to compete in this if they're marching you to your death? That was why I was frightened. I don't believe I will have much issue at first suff. This tournament is known throughout much of the world, so the Merpeople will not do anything as long as I stay within the time limit. If I am still in the water zuff after an hour is up. Fleur grimaced. Harry violently shook his head. Not going to happen, Fleur. We'll stick together in the task, and if they try anything, I'll be there to help fight them off. Fleur looked up at him, blinking. Harry caught a sheen across her eyes before she smiled and nodded, looking down again. Thank you, Harry, she whispered. Tonks walked over to the younger girl and laid a hand on her shoulder. Don't forget, Fleur, Harry has a saving people thing. You'll be fine. He'll probably end up hurt, somehow, knowing this idiot's luck, but you'll both survive. I'm sure of it. Fleur chuckled. Yes, I'm sure you are right. Of course she's right. Shiva smirked. Now, all of you come on. Dobby and Winky promised us some hot cocoa. Adult content. New Year's Eve after dinner saw Harry being dragged back into the room by Hermione and Tonks with his eyes closed. He was laughing at their insistence that he keep his eyes shut once they hit the 7th floor corridor, but didn't ask questions. Okay, Wonder Boy, you can open your eyes now. Tonks said, her grin evident in her tone. Harry shook his head good-naturedly and opened his eyes. A moment later his jaw dropped, and he squeaked in surprise. The room had been turned into a cozy bedroom again, with a couch to the side, and a large bed in the corner. Both the bed and the couch were covered in satin, and against the opposite wall was a roaring fireplace. Above the fireplace was a picture of Big Ben and the London Eye, with the countdown displayed on Shell Center. Wow. We wanted to do something nice for New Year's, and while the castle was planning on having some fireworks visible from the dorms, it didn't really seem like enough, Hermione said, smiling. Tonks nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, so we decided to get a picture of the celebration in London last year and charmed it, so that the countdown will end up being correct. The fireworks should go off at the right time, too. Girls, this is amazing, Harry said, grinning and hugging both of them tightly. How come a bed, though? Hermione raised her eyebrows, and Tonks broke out into chuckles. Really, Harry? Hermione asked, did you seriously think we'd want to be alone on New Year's Eve? Harry's face went bright red as he caught her meaning. I hadn't really thought about it, but when you put it like that, he can be taught. Tonks crooned, quieting her chuckles, and shifting to grinning mischievously. Now we are all wearing too much clothing. All I have on is a shirt and trousers. Harry hedged, raising his eyebrows. As I said, far too much clothing. Let's slip into something a bit more comfortable, Hermione. Hermione blushed but nodded. As she followed Tonks over to grab a mostly transparent nightgown from the bed, Hermione looked back over her shoulder at Harry. Feel free to watch, Harry. You've seen both of us mostly naked anyway. Harry could only nod dumbly in reply. Hermione's statement wasn't entirely accurate. He had actually only seen them both topless, not naked. It was an important distinction, in his mind at least, a distinction that was quickly growing rather outdated. The girls pulled off their shirts and removed their bras without much fanfare, though Harry still stared in awe at both of their chests. He couldn't help comparing the two. Tonks was slightly larger than Hermione, though Hermione's breasts seemed a bit perkier and her nipples were a bit bigger. That was hard to focus on, though, with Tonks' piercings still on display. He was so focused on their upper bodies that he barely even noticed as they unbuttoned their trousers. As the jeans started to slip down, though, Harry's eyes widened as he finally followed their hands downward. His mind ground to halt as the trousers were removed entirely, leaving Hermione and Tonks clad in just a set of panties each. Well, Hermione had panties on a red piece of material with some small lace around the sides. Tonks, on the other hand, seemed to be wearing a yellow thong that barely covered her at all. He blinked in awe of the two beautiful women in front of him and barely managed to restart his brain enough to say something. "Is that a badge you're on?" Those. He didn't get his brain working enough to say anything intelligent, however. Tonks giggled. "Yup, it is. Hufflepuff and proud. Granted, they're not my sexiest pants, but I'm saving those for Valentine's Day." Harry swallowed on a suddenly very dry throat and nodded dumbly. Both girls reached for their nightgowns and slipped them on. How more clothes could make them even more alluring was a mystery lost to time, but the addition of the transparent gown certainly managed it. "Harry," Hermione said, raising her eyebrows and slinking closer to him. "Are you going to get comfortable, or are you going to leave NYM and me dressed up all alone?" Harry's shirt, shoes, and trousers were on the floor, almost before he finished processing her statement, eliciting another round of giggles. "Man, Wonder Boy, that was almost fast enough to make me think you used a switching charm." Harry's face went red, though he turned back to Tonks and quipped, "Well, I guess next time I'll have to undress you to prove it wasn't magic." Tonks raised her eyebrows at the challenge and chuckled. "I'm going to hold you to that. Harry. Hermione, are you bringing his cute little arse to bed, or what?" "Coming, NYM," Hermione sang as she took Harry's arm. She led him to the bed and pushed him lightly so that he was laying down between herself and Tonks. "There, that's better." Hermione leaned over and kissed him. Harry melted into her embrace for nearly a minute before coming up for air. As Hermione pulled back, he grinned widely and pulled Tonks down for a kiss as well. "You two are beautiful." "I don't say that nearly enough," Harry mumbled, panting for breath, when Tonks pulled back. "You do, Harry," Hermione sighed as she leaned her head down on his bare chest. "But thank you." "Doesn't mean we don't mind hearing it more, though," NYM agreed, nuzzling his neck. "You're pretty handsome yourself, Wonder Boy." Harry made a non-committal sound of agreement, though he was currently more focused on Hermione. She had grabbed his hand and laid it on her stomach, shifting it slowly downwards. "Mione." She stopped and lifted her head to stare into his eyes. "Harry, I want this. We both do. I'm ready for it, and Wyamm is ready for it with us as well. If you want me to stop, though, I will. Just say so, and we can stick with what we've done previously." Harry blinked and tried to think of a reason why they should be staying above the stomach. He really tried. Harry let out a low moan as Tonks lightly bit his ear. "Never mind. I'm done arguing. I'd have to be a complete idiot to argue." "Good man." Tonks whispered into his ear, sending a shiver down his spine as she took his other arm and brought it under her nightgown and up to her chest. Her other hand drifted down to slip underneath his pants, while Hermione resumed guiding Harry's right hand down her own body. Both of them groaned when he felt his hand slide under her panties and cup her. Harry's last coherent thought for several hours was a simple, "I love you girls." And adult content. "I think we missed the new year," Harry said, the wide smile on his face as Hermione and Tonks both cuddled on his chest left no concern that his statement was a rebuke. We were probably kissing during it anyway," Tonks mumbled. He felt Hermione nod. "Yes, we were. I was snogging you. And wham, when I saw the fireworks go off in the painting." "Oh, was that why you broke off and hurriedly pushed me towards Harry, then claimed his lips for yourself almost immediately?" "Yes. I wanted us all to get the New Year's kiss in on time," Hermione stated contentedly, causing all three of them to laugh softly. "So, Harry, I take it you like this idea?" "Very much so," Harry said, nodding. "It was definitely the best New Year's celebration I've ever had." He paused and shrugged. "Well, technically it's my 4th New Year's celebration, and really only the 2nd that I've actually done something worth remembering, but it still counts." "That it does, Wonder Boy," Tonks said, patting his chest. "And you're going to have many, many more of them, Harry. So don't even think about slacking off for the remaining tasks," Hermione said, holding him tighter. "I'm not going anywhere, Mione." Tonks lifted her head a bit and furrowed her brow. "Actually, speaking of that, Mione, with the Marauder's map and the Librarian's aid, how do they determine who's who?" "They tie into the castle's inner ward scheme," Hermione said, shrugging. "It was Sirius' idea, but they hadn't gotten it to work until Harry's mum managed to invent the charm that piggybacked off the wards. According to Remus notes, your cousin was actually going to try and insert a modification to the anchor to make the map work before Lily agreed to help. Good thing she did too, because they had no idea where the anchor was and best guess had been under Black Lake or somewhere in the dungeons." "Why?" Harry shifted so that he could see Tonks' eyes. "Moody right?" She nodded. "I know it's stupid, but I can't help thinking that I'm missing something. I managed to get a detection charm on his flask before the ball was out, and it did show whiskey. So I'm probably just being paranoid. Still, though, it's just odd." Tonks winced. "Sorry, this isn't the time to be talking about that. Just ignore my paranoid aura mutterings. It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you," Hermione commented, grinning. "Muggle's saying. I don't think the wards that identify people can really be changed, though. NYM. Even with access to the anchor, you'd need an incredible amount of finesse, power, and time. Not to mention intimate knowledge of the entire ward scheme." "Sounds like something Dumbledore could do," Harry said. Hermione shook her head. "He may be headmaster, and he's a very good wizard, but even he would need at least a half hour to erase someone from the ward scheme and replace them with someone else. Swapping people might take a shorter time, but Crouch has barely left his house since Sirius got those reparations from him, so there is no way he was on the grounds to swap names with. Tonks nodded. She's right. I actually looked for Dumbledore while you were dancing with me right after that, Harry, and he was there. If he'd done anything, it should have taken longer. We can settle this right now, though, to be sure. Accio Librarian's aid. Hermione's map flew out of her pants, lying on the couch, and into Tonk's hands. Okay, if Crouch is on the grounds, we call Bonesy and take both of them in. If not, we just continue watching Mad Eye and note any inconsistencies compiling until we see if we have enough to bring to Bonesy. Sounds like a plan, Harry said as Hermione nodded. Tonks activated the map, and Hermione showed them how to use the search function. You just hold your wand to the eye over here and say, locate Barty Crouch. See, when the eye flashes like that, it means the target isn't detected by the wards. If it does see them, then it will highlight their name and flash the room they're in. Cool. This is amazing work, Mione, Tonks said. She redid the search a few times to ensure that the lack of response wasn't due to a bug before wiping the map and putting it on the table. Okay, let's just cuddle for now, guys. I'll keep poking around later and seeing what's what. Mione, would you mind checking for Crouch every once in a while just to be safe? Of course, NYM. Hermione frowned and reached out a hand run along the older woman's back. Just promise me if you do find something, you come get one of us first. I don't want you getting hurt because you didn't call for backup. Promise, Mione, she said, smiling. A second later, she shivered as Hermione's hand drifted between her legs. Playful little minx. Harry laughed while Hermione smirked. Yes, I certainly can be. Barty scowled as he sat down in his office during his first free New Year's in a decade and drank a bit of fire whiskey in celebration. That damn Yule Ball had set off so many alarms in his head, it had been all he could do not to make the bloody Metamorphmagus disappear afterward. She'd been fishing for something deeper than what Moody had given him, and his stupid constant vigilance hadn't been good enough judging by her quick retreat. How the damnable old paranoid had managed to hide layers upon layers of code and avoid telling him everything was simultaneously the most impressive and most frustrating bit of foresight Barty had ever seen. At least he'd managed to swap out his polyjuice flask for the whiskey one while she ran. Seeing her with Potter and Granger afterwards had worried him immensely and ended up being the sole reason he had stayed his hand from slaughtering the woman. If she were to simply up and disappear after telling those two he was acting suspicious, he wouldn't have lasted the night. He was good, and in any fair duel he'd decimate the teens or whatever backup they brought, but Potter wouldn't fight remotely fair if he suspected Barty had killed his sex toy. Barty'd probably wake up to a tree growing through his back or something. That was one of the way those Asians slowly tortured and killed criminals, wasn't it? Even if Potter didn't try to kill him, the boy would still end up exposing him, and then his master would kill him for screwing up the plan. Either way, he was looking at a painful death if he acted against the bitch. So he'd let her live. A few precautions, and things should still be fine. He'd moved Moody to a room in that run-down old shack just in case they tried snooping around his office. It made getting extra hairs more difficult, but it wasn't much more than an inconvenience, really. He'd just have to avoid mentioning this little problem to the Dark Lord until he could permanently take care of it. Now, if only he could figure out how the girl had found him out, and not dumb Azador. Either the old man really was getting senile, or the Moody had never trusted him as much as the fool had liked to pretend. Barty briefly considered that perhaps Dumbledore did know, and was simply letting him be. He couldn't help a laugh at that idiotic idea. The great Lord of the Light helping a murderous Death Eater? That would certainly be the day. A few days before the start of the new term, Harry was sitting on the grounds in his midnight form and letting Luna and Fleur pet him. Ostensibly, he was letting his instincts guide him. He personally felt he was more just relaxing and taking the chance to get used to the sensation of having a tail, as well as better handle the increased smell ability in his panther form. And getting teased to high heaven by Fleur. Midnight is so dreadfully boring, though. Hermione. And far too appropriate, the French girl was saying. I much prefer Snowball. When you call for Snowball, the first thing someone will think of is, oh no, I am about to be pelted with slush, and not, oh no, the evil, airy Panzer is attacking. It is the best cover, no? You just want to call him Snowball because you like to tease him, Hermione pouted, crossing her arms. And because I like to tease him, yes, Fleur agreed wholeheartedly. She smiled and hugged Midnight around the middle. Zay name is adorable. You, Midnight, are always going to be Snowball to me. You fluffy, silky little monster. Midnight huffed in grudging acceptance. He was too concerned with Luna's hand scratching behind his ears to bother caring about what nickname Fleur was going to call him. His tail was swishing back and forth on its own, with a curious little shiver flowing up his spine every so often. He tried to ignore the feeling, since it felt like ice running down part of his tail. Luna's hand suddenly froze, and she went very still. Midnight could taste her scent change into something exuding a mixture of curiosity, wonder, and fear. Growling slightly, Midnight raised his head to peer around the girl and take stock of his surroundings, trying to find what had her on edge. Harry, your tail, Luna said softly. The graboids seemed to have stolen it. Midnight's eyes narrowed, and he turned to stare at where his tail had fallen still. The ice was running up its length again, and it was staying present far longer than before. Coiling his muscles, Midnight searched the ground by the tree. His tail was not there. Letting out a low growl, Midnight stayed very still and shifted his eyes to his haunches, tracing the beginning of his tail to where it ended as it disappeared into the shadow of tree. Sucking in a sharp breath, Midnight again traced his tail. It wasn't a mistake. His tail wasn't just lost in the shadow of the tree. It was literally in the shadow. Letting out a yip of fright, Midnight jumped up and away from the tree. The ice left his tail as he leapt over Luna's head and landed on the other side of her, well away from the shadow. He curled around to inspect his newly whole tail and start licking it and then pawing at it lightly. Harry, Hermione said softly, her eyes wide. Are you all right? Midnight shifted, and Harry sat down on the ground heavily. I have no idea. What the bloody hell was that? The graboids stole your tail, Luna repeated with a bit of wonder seeping into her voice. I watched it happen. Your tail was flicking back and forth on the ground, and when it fell onto the shadow, it disappeared inside it, then came back as it flicked back out. It was the oddest thing. Do you feel all right, Airy? Fleur asked, reaching out, but seemingly unsure of where she should be touching to make sure he had all his parts intact. I think so. Hang on, I'm going to try to do it intentionally. If I disappear, get Shiva and Madame Pomfrey. You will not bloody disappear, Harry Potter. Hermione started to yell as Harry shifted back to Midnight and carefully stepped forward. Extending a tentative paw, Midnight touched the shadow hanging in the air. Nothing happened. He growled low and gently laid his paw on the ground inside the shadow. Still nothing happened. Giving himself a little shake, he tried to remember just what he had been feeling and thinking as he had felt the ice in his tail a few moments ago. With deliberate slowness, Midnight called up that feeling again and pushed gently into the ground against the shadow. His paw slipped into nothingness and ice spread up his limb. Shivering, Midnight leaned more of his paw into the ground, and the ice spread higher. When the feeling reached his shoulder, Midnight pulled back shuddering and shifted back to human. Merlin, that's cold. Harry shook out his arm and cast warming spells on it until he started to regain some feeling. Did you guys see that? I was literally in that shadow. Yes, Harry, we saw it. You're okay? Hermione asked as she moved forward to lightly run her hand along his arm. Harry nodded in reply. Shadow Panther, Luna whispered, her mouth gaping. Oh my, you're a Shadow Panther. Harry. I'm a what? Harry asked. A Shadow Panther. Luna jumped up and hugged him hard enough to make him lose his breath for a moment. Oh, they are nearly extinct. The Shadow Panther is a cousin to the North American wampus. It can travel through shadows as easily as walking. Observers have only seen it use shadows it can see to maneuver through, but there didn't seem to be a range limit beyond requiring line of sight from what they could tell. It could also take passengers with it, though that was what led to their overhunting. Many people wanted a Shadow Panther for the novelty of traveling through shadows. Luna's happy voice died down to a sad tone. Unfortunately, the Shadow Panthers didn't take too well to that, and many died as their masters forced them to travel with them. At least the masters tended to die or disappear as well. That doesn't sound very safe, Luna, Harry said slowly. Well, the animals themselves never had a problem before they were domesticated, she said, shrugging. Tapping her chin, she continued in a bemused tone. Perhaps they died of frostbite? Haha, very funny. That really was freezing, you know. Harry stared speculatively at the shadow. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Harry, I know that look. You are about to do something incredibly stupid. Maybe, Harry acknowledged, nodding. But if it works, it'll be pretty cool. And probably pretty useful too. And if it doesn't work, you'll be on a bed in the infirmary. Harry shrugged and shifted into Midnight before taking a long look at the shadow of the castle wall about 200 meters away. Staying fully focused on the wall, he leaped into the shadow of the tree. Ice covered his entire body, and it felt like he had jumped into an Arctic bath. His body was squeezed and bombarded by a wind that came from nowhere, and all light had vanished. For what felt like an eternity, Midnight flew through the space between places buffeted by the wind and the cold. Just as suddenly as it started, it stopped, and Midnight flew out of the shadow of the wall exactly where he had been focusing on. Yowling at the uncomfortable cold and shaking slightly, trying to return some feeling to his extremities, he paced back over to the small group and shifted back. Ow, Harry muttered, as naturally as walking. Huh, you know, that's going to take some serious getting used to if I want to do that more often. What was it like? Fleur asked, cocking her head. Cold. And windy. And it wasn't just dark, but it was like the complete absence of even the idea of light. It felt wrong, like I was intruding on something primal or something. I don't know really how to describe it. Harry finished with a lame shrug. Only Harry Potter would break every known magical law by becoming a magical animagus and describe it as simply as it felt wrong. Hermione snorted and rolled her eyes. Hey, I used other descriptors too. Harry complained. What if you tried enflaming your magic while walking through the shadow? Luna asked quizzically. Encase it around you like a cocoon. Harry ran a hand through his hair and shrugged. Worth a shot. If I can do this more than once or twice, it would really improve my battlefield mobility. He shifted to midnight and tried to do what Luna had described. It took him a few minutes to figure out how to call up his magic and force it through his body to hover just at the surface of his skin and fur. But once he got the hang of it, he tried leaping through the shadows again. This time, the cold was still present, but it was less a bone-chilling numbness and more of a fall evening. The wind didn't do much more than push him along, and before he could feel anything beyond a heavy tingle, midnight was popping out of the shadow of the wall. Mouth widening in the feline approximation of a grin, Midnight called his magic back up again and stepped back through the shadow to jump out beside his friends. This time, though, instead of popping up inside the shadow of the tree, he decided to have a bit more fun with it. He leapt out of Hermione's shadow and ended in a crouch in front of her. Hermione cried out in a surprise and fell back on her, but before glaring at Midnight. In response, he looked up at her with wide eyes and nuzzled her leg, purring. Insufferable, Twit, Hermione grouched. She reached out to scratch behind his ears, though all the same, and laughed along with Luna and Fleur. Daphne leaned back against Tracy in the other girl's bed with a soft moan of both exhaustion and contentment. That was tiring, she said, shutting her eyes as Tracy moved to rub her shoulders. Complicated tattoo this time? Tracy asked in sympathy. Daphne nodded. An awkward positioning, trying to correctly place the thing along the pad of his paw, was frustrating enough. It was made even worse when he kept fidgeting every time I brought my wand closer. Shiva ended up having to stick his paw to the floor before I could start. Yeah, that sounds annoying, Tracy grimaced. Both feet. Paws. Both paws, Daphne corrected with a sigh. We did make sure Harry took his shoes and socks off first before shifting to Midnight in case the runic tattoo decided to incorporate those items while being inscribed, which would have been a disaster. But that's beside the point. The distinction between paw and foot is an important one. Remember what happened in the second task when he used a tattoo in feline form that was made in human form? These were made in feline form instead, so he can't use them in human form or the same thing would happen. Tracy shrugged and snorted. I know, Daph. You don't need to get defensive about it. What were these ones again? Windflyer something or other. Windrunner. It seemed like a modified short-range directional concussive blast designed to amplify reactionary feedback, instead of dissipate it, from what I could tell. A complicated way of saying his leaps will have quite a bit more power behind them while the tattoos are used. Harry only asked for them on his back paws since he never expected to use any tattoos on his feet while human, Daphne said, waving her hand in the air dismissively. Like being a large cat that can leap through shadows isn't impressive enough. Tracy laughed. Yeah, well, when does Harry ever do anything halfway? Huh? True. So, Tracy said softly, Daph, I want to ask you something. Please don't dodge the question this time, okay? Okay, Daphne shrugged. Why would I dodge it? Because it's about Harry. Tracy sighed. She felt Daphne stiffen slightly underneath her fingers. You do like him, don't you? Daphne stayed silent for nearly a minute before sighing deeply and giving a small nod. I honestly didn't want to. I tried not to. I don't even know why I do like him. Maybe it would make sense if he was a frustrated loner who leans on everyone else at every turn. At least in that case, then I would be shoring up his weaknesses, and he would be softening my edges. But he's an alpha the same as me. I shouldn't like him. Tracy quirked her mouth a small smirk. We can't really choose who we like, Daph. I never chose to like girls. That's not quite the same thing, Trace. Daphne frowned. It kinda is after a fashion. Tracy kept up her massage for another minute in silence. Are you going to tell him? Daphne shook her head. Of course not. He has more than enough to worry about at the moment than yet another girl with a crush on him. Tracy sighed and lightly flicked Daphne's forehead. Stop being an idiot. It's not attractive. You aren't just another girl with a crush. You are Daphne Greengrass. His group already has Fleur in a holding pattern. The girl obviously told them how she feels and what she's looking for, and they're still trying to decide what to do about it. Daphne said matter-of-factly. Even if I was willing to say something to Harry, I'm certainly not going to until they give her an answer. Daph, we both know he'd accept you over Fleur in a heartbeat. Oh, come off it, Trace. He's only known me a year and a half longer than her. And the girl not only has a beautiful accent, but is a Merlin-be-damned Vila. Harry has never cared about that side of her. And you're his right hand, Tracy said quietly. You're the first one he calls if he needs muscle to back him up in something. Just like he's the first one you call. Daphne scowled and sat up, turning so that she was staring at Tracy. Why are you even trying to convince me of this? Tracy, do you want to end us? Tracy gave her girlfriend an exasperated look and leaned back, crossing her arms. I want you to be happy, Daphne. If Harry makes you happy, then I'm going to do what I can to get you together. I'm sorry I've been a jealous bint for so long this year. You didn't deserve that, and I don't like being that type of girl. We swore we'd be friends first and lovers second. As both your friend and your lover, I want you to be happy. I am happy with you, Tracy, Daphne said, shaking her head. You've never looked at me like you look at him. He's your equal. I'm not. I want to be, but I'm not, Tracy said, simply. Look, if we can keep up what we have, I'd love that. But I don't want you to pass something wonderful up just because you think you'd hurt me, Daph. I'm a big girl, and I can handle it. She paused and glanced to the side in embarrassment. I'm also not entirely without my own options, you know. Daphne furrowed her brow, thinking, before letting out a small bark of pleased laughter. Luna, that does actually have potential. I thought she was just playing. So did I at first. I've recently been informed she's actually rather serious about it, Tracy said, blushing. Daphne smirked and shook her head. Well, you and Harry do seem to be the only two who can calm her particular brand of oddness. Tracy supplied. I was going to say quirkiness. Do you like her? Actually, I kinda do. It's not the same as with you. I'd be in the flying seat, which would be weird to be honest. I'm not sure, Daph. Daphne nodded and twisted so that she could lean back against Tracy. "Quite a pair we make," she said as she pulled the other girl's arms around her. "Neither sure of what we want and both somewhat unwilling to find out. Too bad. We're not more Slythenderish, huh?" Tracy commented, eliciting a round of laughter from both girls. "Seriously though, Daff, I think you should go for it with Harry before the year is up. If you decide you want to keep up with us, either in the meantime or after he accepts you, I'm willing to do that. I rather doubt that boy would object to letting you stay with me on the side. Just know that I won't be joining you in bed with him." "I'll think about it," Daphne said quietly. After a short pause, she continued louder. "If you want to give it a go with Luna, you have the same permission from me. Just please let me know so I don't find out secondhand." Daphne paused and shrugged. "I also wouldn't be joining you two in bed. She is adorable in small doses, but the girl is not my type at all." "Noted." Tracy laughed. Both Slytherins sighed and closed their eyes, relaxing against one another and trying not to think about the future. "Hey, Shiva, you have a few minutes to go over some stuff?" Harry asked his guardian after class ended for the day. "Sure. What's up, kid?" Shiva stretched, leaning back in her chair and cracking her neck. Harry laid 2 drawings out on the table in front of her and pulled up a chair. "I wanted to get your opinions on these 2 designs. This," he said, pointing to the first one, "is the Tracy first draft. It obviously has major grounding issues, which I haven't quite managed to work around yet, but the thing I need a bit of help on is the targeting section of the cluster." Shiva leaned in and squinted down at the exploded view of the runic array Harry had been working on since the World Cup incident. "This part's the problem, right? Any reason why you need it to link to both the origin and destination of the last portkey?" "Well, I want it to be an either slash or thing, not a both thing," Harry said, shrugging. "If it targets either the origin or the destination, then you can track the bad guys, whether you nab them while the crime is in progress or after they've made their getaway." "Makes sense," she agreed, nodding. After staring at it a few moments, she crossed out one of the runes he was using and switched it for a transient rune. "This should probably get that result, kid. Make sure you test that, though, because it might make some other aspects unstable." Harry studied her change and broke out into a huge smile. He hugged her and nodded enthusiastically. "Thanks, Shiva. That does make the grounding section unstable, but it should actually make it easier to start bleeding off the magical backlash from the Ward Tunneler, which is the main sticking point I've had. Thanks. Always glad to be of use," she said, smirking. "What's the other one?" Harry grimaced. "It's the lava bomb. I know how to make it, but, well, just take a look and tell me what you think." Shiva's eyes narrowed at his evasion, but she turned to the diagram instead of pressing him. About a minute later, after mumbling to herself and making a few notes, she sucked in a sharp gasp. "Yeah, that was my reaction as well," Harry muttered. "This is a chimera rune. Harry, what the hell is a chimera rune in a channeling configuration doing in this cluster?" He shrugged. "I remembered the basic design of the main cluster from when I saw Overlord Harry use it, but I couldn't remember the subarray formed in the middle where the 2 halves met. I drew it up and realized the only thing that fit was a channeled chimera rune. I don't think anyone else but me could use this. Shiva, I think he designed it specifically for himself." She scowled. "Using another side effect of the ritual?" "That's my guess," Harry nodded, grimacing. I don't know whether it's related to a slight fire resistance or a breathing fire thing, but it's got to play into it somehow. I just really hope I don't end up accidentally breathing fire on someone. I'm actually hoping that this rune would diminish any potential negative effect that we haven't seen yet. Goddess, Shiva leaned back and blew out a breath. She fixed Harry with a piercing stare. You're sure that this is a good idea? He nodded. The implications are worrying, but the cluster is sound. It'll work. On me, at least. Still extremely unstable, kid. That's why it's in 2 halves, he pointed out. I have to seriously kink my arms to get them to meet up correctly to complete the cluster. Shiva frowned and stared at the runes a bit longer before eventually nodding. I'd be happier asking you to wait until the summer for this one, but I know that's not exactly practical, especially if it's going to be something that might prevent any accidents before they can happen. Harry, will you at least promise me to try not to use this one during the tournament? If people start seeing you using a lava-generating rune so soon after your evil twin did, all I'm saying, kid, is that we don't want to piss away all the good we've managed to swing our way. I'll be careful, Shiva. I just feel safer knowing I have a nuclear option if I need it. Harry smiled reassuringly. Okay. Kid, you have my permission for this one then. How did that Windrunner thing work out, by the way? Shiva said, passing him back the diagrams. Pretty good, without activating them. Midnight can jump about 6 meters forwards, and with them I can get to almost 9 meters, Harry said, giving her a thumbs up. It feels a bit weird since I'm basically being pushed for part of it instead of actually jumping, but it works great. Well, that's good, Shiva nodded. How about that ministry guy, the one with the daughter? He didn't want you to come in and show off for the extra paperwork, right? Harry shook his head. Nope. His name was Donovan, by the way. Hedwig just got back this morning with the revised copies of the forms and certification that they're entered into the Hall of Records, as well as Gringotts. He also sent a thank you note from his daughter, Marie, Harry said, blushing and running a hand through his hair. It was actually really sweet. When I open a physical location, I may end up hiring her. Shiva chuckled. Careful, Harry. Last thing you need is another girl crushing on you. Ugh, Harry groaned theatrically. Don't I know it? Chapter 28, the third task. Harry fidgeted in place as he and the rest of the champions waited for Bagman to finally get around to explaining what their goal for this task was going to be. He couldn't help flinching at the constant buzzing sound coming from over their heads outside the tent. Mate, you gotta relax a bit, Fred said, raising his eyebrows at his fellow student. I'll relax when I know what that sound is, Harry said, shaking his head. Fleur and Victor nodded along, also glancing uneasily at the ceiling above them. Fred just shrugged. No point worrying about it, since we're going to be facing off against it in a minute anyway. Bagman chose that moment to walk into the tent with his characteristic bright smile firmly in place. Good morning, champions. Exciting task on the schedule for today. Will this one try to set the entire audience against me again? Fleur asked, scowling. No, Bagman said, deflating slightly. We did apologize for that. Unfortunate incident there. Won't happen again. We've learned our lesson. This task has been appropriately toned down, you should know. We were originally going to get some far more unusual critters in. There was talk of a lamassu at first. Bagman said, trailing off. You mean the Ving Dox that lives to protect its chosen location? Didn't one of those slaughter 24 wizards in Iraq a few years ago? Victor asked, narrowing his eyes. Yes, that's right, Bagman said, smiling, glad that someone knew about the creature. He obviously missed the death glares he was receiving. With the complaints about the previous 2 tasks, though we felt it better to tone this one down a bit. For collective sighs were heard at that. All you have to do is solve the puzzle box floating in the air. Each of you has your own box, and you'll all be given your brooms to fly with once you step outside. Inside the box is another key which will unlock something over the course of the next task. I advise you not to get too distracted during this one, though. If you don't retrieve the key in time, a half-hour time limit, the box will collapse and the key will be destroyed. The distractions to keep you multitasking a bit include some varieties of flying magical creatures. There are a few hippogriffs, several codals, a roving swarm of Cornish pixies, and a thunderbird. Bagman smiled widely, still oblivious to the growing looks of worry on the champions' faces. Well, I think that's it. Good luck to everyone. Scores will be out of the time it takes to complete the task, as well as the measures used to ensure your safety from the flying critters. Have fun. As he strode out, Harry turned to give Fred a look. So should I relax now, mate? Well, at least you know what the buzzing is now. Fred said, attempting to crack a smile, though it fell somewhat flat. Merlin, he muttered, swarms of pixies are bad enough, but they brought in a bloody thunderbird. Victor sighed. If I get done quickly enough, I will try to keep it distracted. I encountered one during a game in the United States last year. Their shocks are quite strong, but they are slow to fire their bolts and rarely leave whatever perch they are using. Thank you, Victor. That is most generous of you, Fleur murmured. The Durmstrang student shrugged. Might as well make use of my Quidditch skill. The gong rang before anyone could respond properly to that, and the champions trooped out onto the field. In front of them were 4 brooms, lined up side by side with 4 identical small boxes about 30 centimeters to a side, floating in the air nearly 100 meters up. Harry spied a beautiful, majestic yellow bird sitting on the edge of one of the boxes in the center. Its plumage seemed to crackle with static electricity, and it gazed lazily around the arena. There were a half-dozen hippogriffs flying around the boxes, clacking their beaks at anything that came too close. 1 or 2 managed to grab a Cornish pixie that left the swarm. The swarm of pixies mostly moved as one, weaving between the different boxes and blacking out the sky to a significant degree as they changed locations. Those had been the source of the buzzing that had so unnerved him earlier. Finally, Harry counted over a dozen flying, multicolored snakes, all seemingly clustered around the box to the left of the Thunderbird. Those had to be the Codals. They were strangely captivating with their shimmering rainbow of colors. Harry considered the situation for only a moment before moving to take the spot next to Victor. "I'll take the serpents," he said quietly as the older man nodded, staring at the large yellow bird above. Fleur took up the spot on the other side of Victor and narrowed her eyes at the swarm coalescing into rude shapes in the air above her box. "We will see how many shapes you take after I send some passion fire your way, little monsters," Harry heard her growl. The gong rang again, and Victor and Fleur took off, while Harry and Fred summoned their items from the crowd. Harry strapped on his harness, ensuring it was extra snug, and the additional Superman frame had been put into the correct positioning before summoning the broom to his hand. The Superman wouldn't let him actually fly, but it would be a nice emergency save if he had to abandon the broom. It was a runic array combining featherlight charms, cushioning charms, and a wind-generating charm which should hopefully let him drift gently to the ground. It was something he had worked on at Hermione's insistence to provide some protection during a Quidditch match. Her insistence about having no interest in acting as a Lois Lane to his Clark Kent had been both strenuous and curiously specific. Fred beside him gave a thumbs up and hopped on his broom, heading into the air with a potion in hand. Harry did a few quick maneuvers on the broom to get the feel of the thing and how it differed from the firebolt Sirius had gotten him. This broom wasn't necessarily awful, but it definitely didn't seem to have anything close to the maneuverability, acceleration, or top speed that he was used to. Frowning slightly, Harry turned towards the Codals and hoped his half-thought-out idea would work. Harry reached his box as he heard a shout from Fred's direction echo out. "All eligible hippogriffs, look alive. Lusty liquid for lucky lad coming up." A shattering sound rang through the air, and Harry's eyes widened as he saw one particular pixie that had ventured into the area near Fred get coated with a pinkish substance. Every hippogriff in the vicinity turned their heads and sighted onto the pixie, which chattered and immediately began to fly evasive patterns as quickly as its wings would allow. The hippogriffs began following it around, leaving Fred clear to approach his puzzle box. To Harry's far right, Fleur was tangling with a great many more pixies. The entire swarm alternately closed on her and flew away shrieking in fear as she lobbed more fireballs into their midst. She was working on the puzzle box in the lulls while the creatures tried to regroup after they were scattered. Her angry scowl clearly indicated what she thought of the beast's attempts. Harry drifted close enough to the Codals that he could hear their hissing. He stopped, held up his hands to show he was unarmed, as far as the creatures knew at least, and started to hiss in Parseltongue. "Peace, magnificent sky serpents. I only wish to get at the box behind you." One Codal fluttered to the front of the group and regarded Harry critically. "We are not supposed to let you at it. We are supposed to try to injure or kill you. We did not know you would be a speaker. The last speaker passed many generations ago. I don't want to fight you," Harry said gently but with steel still present in his tone. "I will if I have to, but I don't want to. Speakers are precious and few." The Codal continued to regard Harry for several more moments before it turned to its fellows and hissed too quickly for Harry to follow. Eventually, all the snakes' heads nodded in agreement, and they beat their wings as one. The lead Codal turned back to Harry. "We will not harm you, Speaker. You have free access. Be warned. We have no wish to serve, and we will not obey any order you give. Should another human approach, we will attack them. Free access is yours, and yours alone." Harry nodded, restraining his grin. "My thanks to you and yours." The Codals flew aside, opening up a corridor for him to access the puzzle box. As Harry pulled out his wand to start moving the shapes and etchings, he couldn't help the little chuckle that escaped. Diplomacy actually managed to work for once. Victor had completed 5 out of the 6 sides on the puzzle box with almost no difficulty, even if he had moved slowly. As long as he didn't startle it, the Thunderbird had barely even spared him a glance. It idly tossed a lightning bolt at one of the hippogriffs that got tired with chasing the perfumed pixie around, but even that display had appeared to simply be one of boredom and apathy. Now Victor was afraid. The creature was perched right on top of the last segment, he needed to shift. He'd have to disturb it in order to finish. Flying right next to the bird left very little room for dodging. He'd have to exercise every reflex he'd honed in the next minute in order to get out of this with minimal injuries. Taking a deep breath, Victor started to slowly shift the remaining panel into the open position. He had solved almost the entire segment before the Thunderbird ruffled its feathers and turned to stare at him. Victor froze, and the bird extended its wingspan wide, letting out a piercing caw. Victor looked down at the last part. One more shift, and he could have it done. Well, you didn't win a game without taking a risk. Narrowing his eyes at the magical bird, Victor snapped the last puzzle box segment into position. The side panel flipped up as the electricity running between the feathers of the bird snapped into a coherent pattern and flew towards him. Victor ducked, grabbed the revealed key, and flew up. The Thunderbird shrieked its annoyance and immediately took wing to follow him. He eyed the tent below, but took a quick stock of the other 3 champions instead of heading for safety. Rolling to avoid a second lightning bolt, he saw Fleur and Fred nearly complete with their puzzles, Harry only a few moments behind. He dropped into a switchback loop and smirked as the Thunderbird overshot him and circled to glare at him before trying to hit him again. This task was actually almost fun. That of course, was when a pained scream rang out below him. Fleur snarled and felt feathery down sprout from both arms. One hand tightly gripped her wand and kept manipulating the box in front of her, while the other tossed a new fireball into the maddening swarm. The frustrating menaces simply refused to learn. She'd initially tried avoiding killing the creatures and aimed to simply frighten them. They had grown bolder and moved to start biting her while she was working on the puzzle. She had ramped up her attacks, casting freezing charms and stunners in between throwing her fireballs. They had responded by trying to claw and bite her eyes. Fleur had stopped being nice then. Tiny burnt bodies tumbled out of the air around her, and still the swarm came back for more. She cast several larger area spells before deciding to instead hurry along with her box and maintain a fireball in her left hand, occasionally tossing it into the swarm when they tried to mass. The deterrent strategy mostly ended up working, and she received very few additional scratches or bites. Finally, Fleur finished the last segment, and the puzzle box popped open. Fleur had just grabbed her key as a pained scream sounded from behind. Fred worked on his puzzle box in relative freedom. The pheromone potion had worked a lot better than he had ever expected. For a stock of something they were planning to destroy, it was a decent final usage indeed. It was based off a love potion that George and he, at the urgings of Alicia and Angelina, decided not to carry in stock. A quick scouting run to snag a feather as he got to the group of animals let him key the pheromones to hippogriffs, and a careful toss hit an errant pixie. The little creature had panicked and started to fly around in every which way. Fred couldn't have planned it better if he'd tried. Unfortunately, he was a little slow with solving the actual puzzle configuration. He had never been the type to enjoy these little games as a kid, and he didn't have the visualization ability to see how they all fit. Thankfully, without distractions around, it went a bit faster than it could have otherwise. After a few minutes, Fred had moved onto the very last section. He just managed to finish it up and grab the key when a frenzied chattering sounded just behind him. Fred whipped around. and his eyes widened as the pixie he had tagged came barreling towards him with 6 annoyed hippogriffs trailing behind. The creature was too close, and there wasn't time to dodge or twist away. All Fred could do was throw his hands up to try and protect his face from the manic, flying devil. The pixie slammed into his forehead at high speed and knocked Fred off balance. He tried to lock his thighs around the broom, but he'd gotten too used to his normal broom's handling and response speeds. His knees missed their grab as the broom bucked too slowly to be trapped between his legs, and it tipped up with his weight thrown back. Fred desperately reached forward to latch onto his broom, but a hippogriff slammed into him just before he could get a handhold. The broom bucked from the impact of the mass of the impact, and Fred flew off it. The pixie latched onto his hair and rode him down through the sky while the hippogriffs twisted to follow his descent to the ground. Fred tried to twist and cast a cushioning charm, but drew in a sharp breath as he saw his wand above him, falling just out of reach. He couldn't help it. Fred screamed. Harry got more and more annoyed as he worked on his puzzle box. The thing shouldn't be this complicated. The problem was the etching and designs made it look too much like runes. Every time he shifted a segment, he tried to make it match up to the appropriate rune or cluster that it would be only to realize just before he started to move the piece that it wasn't supposed to be a rune. It was just more decorative etchings with only the barest hint of a pattern to help with placement. He wished he could just disillusion the stupid box and do it by touch instead of looking at it. He'd risked a quick glance at the others once he hit his final segment. Finally, only to see Victor already done, Fleur starting to grin in triumph, and Fred just about to reach into his box. Harry's eyes widened as he saw the hippogriffs barreling towards Fred full tilt, and his friend none the wiser. Harry was about to call out a warning as Fred twisted, then cried out in surprise and rocked back on his broom. Harry sucked in a breath and started to angle towards Fred. He shot through the coatls as the lead hippogriff hit the redhead. Harry watched Fred get thrown off the broom and start to plummet, letting out a scream of pain and fear. The broom Harry was on was too slow. He could barely outpace the hippogriff, let alone catch Fred before he hit the ground. The large animals were also positioned such that he could get a clear enough shot to hit his friend with a charm. He'd try to leap to him, if he could, but the same distance problem was present, preventing that from working as well. The Superman wouldn't work to support someone Fred's size as a passenger anyway. Grimacing, Harry saw a single option to save the twin from an impact with the rapidly approaching ground. Angling correctly and pushing off, Harry changed to midnight in midair and used the windrunner against the broom for a quick push. It wasn't substantial, but it was enough. He fell below the closest hippogriff and focused on the shadow that the line of creatures cast onto the back of the one directly above Fred. Midnight wrapped his magic around him and fell into the shadow below him. He flew out the other side onto the top of the hippogriff above Fred. They were barely 10 meters above the ground now. Without taking time to do anything beyond angle himself correctly, Harry leapt off the hippogriff, again powering his jump with a burst from the windrunner. He caught Fred's wand in his jaws and wrapped a paw around the boy's waist with the ground directly below them. Midnight desperately extended his magic to wrap around Fred, while his eyes searched for a spot just in front of the medical tent. He focused on a shadowed area just as he and Fred fell into their own shadow on the ground. Pain and cold beyond almost anything he had ever before experienced gripped Midnight as he flew through the world of darkness between shadows with Fred pulled tight against him. The cold and ice seemed to seep into his very soul, and the gentle breeze that he had started to get used to became a raging hurricane buffeting him from all sides. The pain surging through his body approached similar levels as what he had felt latching onto Quarrelmort in his first year. It was all Midnight could do to remain conscious and keep his magic continually wrapped around Fred, protecting the other boy from the maelstrom surrounding them. As suddenly as the torment began, it ended. Midnight and Fred burst from the shadow in front of the medical tent and landed on the ground. Midnight yowled in pain and agony and curled into a ball as he let Fred slip out from under him, and the wand slid out from between his teeth. Fred groaned and rolled into a sitting position, running his arms. Wow, that was bloody cold. Thanks, Harry. I seriously owe you one, mate. Midnight could only yowl plaintively and curl around himself tighter. Dimly, he heard shouts and cries for help as he shut his eyes and slipped into unconsciousness. The rustle of a page turning nearby was quiet, though it might as well have been the roar of a passing lorry. Harry groaned as he latched onto that sound and clawed his way back to consciousness. His body still ached, and he could still feel some of the numbing cold deep in his bones, but it wasn't all-consuming as it had been when he'd passed out. It wasn't even really that bad at all compared with how he'd felt after some of the training sessions with Tonks and Flitwick. Harry's eyes fluttered open, and he twisted to try to find his glasses on their usual table before they were slipped onto his face by themselves. Blinking the world into focus, Harry saw Shiva lean back into a sitting position on the chair next to his bed with a small smirk on her face. She put the parchment she had been going over to the side and shook her head at him. One day, kid, we're going to see about getting you some contacts or something, or maybe that new muggle surgery to fix those eyes. Harry answered her smirk with a small grin of his own. I like the glasses. They stop mind attacks and basilisks. They can stay for the moment. His joviality faded, and he sighed. So how bad was it? How long was I out? Almost 2 days, kid. I finally convinced Dora and Hermione to get some sleep a few hours ago. She shrugged. Both of them only left you to take a shower before that. Most of the others have been in and out too. Daphne and Luna both stayed almost as long as your girlfriends, and only left after the combined efforts of Tracy, and Neville convinced them it would be better for you to not have multiple people hanging overhead when you woke up. I saw Fleur once at the beginning, but she didn't stay long. I think she might be blaming herself a bit, even though it's stupid. You'll have to talk to her at some point soon and beat some sense into that bird brain head of hers. Crumb was also annoyed with himself, actually. The guy was busy dodging a darn Thunderbird to keep it busy, and he still thinks he didn't do enough to help, Shiva said, frowning and shaking her head. Oh, and Fred and George both say they are naming their firstborns after you. I think they want a boy and a girl between them so they can have a Harry and Harriet. Please, whatever the hell you do, kid, disabuse them of the notion that that is a remotely good idea. Shiva looked rather torn between scowling and giggling. She calmed down after a few moments and reached out to squeeze his shoulder. How are you, Harry? A little sore and a little cold, but it's not that bad, Harry said, shrugging. What happened exactly? She turned away to stare out the window, for before replying, You almost died, kid. Pomfrey said that your magical core was bordering on empty when she got to you, and that your body was still trying to use your last reserves to fight off the effects of exposure to whatever that place you hop through is. We think that when you extended your magic to shield Fred, his own magic fought back and created a reinforcing feedback loop or something that completely drained you and left your own body exposed while in transit. That sounds about right. I think, Harry commented, thinking back. It felt something like that at least. So I guess I can't take anyone else through shadow travel, huh? Shiva shook her head, still staring out the window. Please don't. Luna talked with her father, and both are convinced that this is why shadow panthers are mostly extinct now. It might be easier for you if you try to take someone whose magic accepts yours and doesn't fight back, but even then it'd be a big drain. So please don't try that again, kid. Fred would have died, Shiva, he said softly. I know, and that's why I'm not saying what you did was wrong, Harry. I'm just asking you not to experiment by trying to take Dora or Hermione through the shadows. Okay, excepting emergencies, I can promise that. Harry nodded, and Shiva let out a breath she had been holding. Thanks. So, I didn't get the key, did I? Harry said, sighing heavily. This time she wasn't able to hold back her scowl. No, you didn't. The bloody box was fucking open too, which should have counted. But you flew after Fred before physically touching the damned key. You passed out, and the time limit expired before anyone noticed. The goddess-be-damned box shrunk and destroyed it, and the judges are refusing to make you another one, saying you didn't technically complete the task. She started muttering under breath, and Harry caught a few choice words he'd have to try and remember later for truly curse-worthy situations. Dumbledore and Umbridge argued that because you didn't touch the key, you didn't complete the event satisfactorily. Karkaroff abstained from judgment. Maxime argued for, and Bagman hemmed and hawed long enough that his opinion didn't end up counting before the official determination period lapsed. Majority won. She turned back to him and peered calculatingly at him. You want the score distribution, kid? Harry shrugged. Sure. Why not? Crumb was first, I'm betting right. She nodded. Yeah. He got 46 points. They took a few off because he didn't immediately leave after completing the task. Fleur was after that with 40 points. They didn't like that she got so many tiny scratches and bites, completely ignoring that against an agitated swarm of Cornish pixies, most are lucky to keep their eyes and their life. There's something to be said about mass numbers of agile, fast, and tiny targets. Shiva snorted in annoyance but kept going. Fred actually wasn't docked too much for losing focus at the very end. He got 35 points. Well, considering you didn't technically complete it, you did pretty well. 25 total. The Umbitch gave you 0, of course, but Karkaroff and Maxime were actually somewhat fair with their assessments. The sum totals so far have Fleur in the lead with 121, Crumb right behind her with 120, Fred, and you following with 112 and 107, respectively. Well, that's not too bad, I guess, Harry said, nodding. His face fell into a pained grimace after a moment, though. I'm a lot more worried that I'm not going to be able to unlock whatever or whoever is under the lake during the next task. Shiva, what if... Don't even start thinking like that, Harry, Shiva said forcefully. Your lockpick tattoo bypasses nearly every type of lock, as long as it has some time to work. And even if that doesn't do shite, you can just destroy whatever bindings are holding your girl down there. I'd like to see a chain that can stand up to a concentrated burst of one of your more destructive items, kid. Harry nodded. He knew it wouldn't be that easy, but he wasn't going to say that out loud. Tempting fate was not a good idea, and drawing the dice-rolling deity's attention by agreeing that he could actually have a decent go at something was certainly playing with fire. Playing with fiend fire. What were you working on, Shiva? Harry asked, trying to change the subject. She held out her parchments for him to see, and his eyes widened. With his mouth hanging open, Harry looked up at her, eyes wide. You finished it? I did, she smiled. What were you going to call this one again? The Dementa Anchor, right? He nodded enthusiastically and beamed at her. Now, I had to modify a few things to make it do what you wanted, kid, but the cluster shouldn't have any issues and should still play nicely with your other tattoos. Modified it how? Harry asked. Shiva pointed out a few sections, including the soul rune in the center. Well, first and foremost, this isn't a defense against an AK. I still have no idea what your mother did to make that work, but it wasn't this. The AK literally severs a soul's connection to the body. Dementors, on the other hand, partially merge with them through the mouth, and then absorb the remainder through that tether. They're completely different principles. This section here prevents that initial partial merge, so anyone with this design on themselves will be effectively immune to a Dementor kiss, since the process can't be completed if it can't be started. Harry nodded along and examined the cluster closer. And it looks like it will still let the soul pass on normally when the person dies. That's good. Yeah, Shiva snorted. Possessing your own rotting corpse for eternity would not exactly be my version of a fun life after death. No kidding. Harry's eyes took on a manic gleam, and he grinned wide. Everyone is getting this tattoo. Shiva raised her eyebrows. Oh, and by everyone you mean you, me, NYM, Mione, Nev, Susan, Hannah, Luna, Daff, Tracy, Fleur, Amelia, Sirius, Remus, the twins. We can ask Victor, McGonagall and Flitwick if they want it, Bill, probably Ginny, Charlie if he's interested, Andy and Ted, Richard and Emma, any or who wants one unless NYM or Amelia say no. Okay, I get it. Shiva started laughing and held up her hands in surrender. When you said, everyone, you meant everyone. Geez, Harry, you never think small. Harry. A loud voice screamed from the hospital wings doors. Harry had just managed to turn to the doors when he was pinned to the bed by a brown-haired missile. You're awake. We were so worried. Are you all right? Harry. Hermione kept up a barrage until she descended into relieved sobs into his chest as she clung to him. Watcher, Harry. Good to see you conscious, Tonks said, smiling at him and claiming a chair next to the bed. We couldn't really sleep, so we came back down. Sorry to worry you guys, Harry said. He patted Hermione's head with one hand while rubbing her back with the other. I was just telling Shiva I'm fine. Good. You know, it took almost a day before we could get you to revert to human. Tonks frowned at the memory and glared at him. That was bloody weird watching a panther lying on a hospital bed, Wonder Boy. Hermione gripped him a little tighter and nodded against his chest. Her sobs started to slow as he kept rubbing her back. I can imagine, Harry said, grimacing a bit. In my defense, I didn't think I'd be that laid out. Good learning experience, though. Something to never ever do. Not funny. Hermione growled, pulling back to glare at him. Seriously, Harry, are you all right? She asked, wiping her eyes. I am Mione. I've had worse. Shiva snorted and stood squeezing Harry's shoulder one more time before walking around the bed. I'll let Pomfrey know you're up, kid. See you three later. Fleur. Harry called as he spied his retreating target walking around the grounds. Fleur's eyes widened, and she started to pick up her pace, trying to look like she wasn't running. It didn't work. Harry winced and grabbed her hand to twist her around as he caught up. Will you please stop running away from me, Fleur? That is not what I was doing, she said, glaring. Harry glared right back and crossed his arms over his chest. Fleur scowled and looked down. Fine. So maybe I was retreating for Z moment. 3 tasks, Harry, and 3 times you have nearly died. This time I was actually right here. And still I did nosing. I do not deserve to. Don't you dare finish that sentence, Fleur, Harry growled. No one could do anything the first task. You didn't even know what was going on with me in the second, and this time it was Fred that was in trouble, and I just happened to be the closest one and looking in the right direction to do something. Don't be like me and blame yourself for something stupid that you can't control. Fleur opened her mouth to reply, but she snapped it shut before she could utter a word. Frowning, she slowly crossed her arms and stared at him. You have already saved my life twice. Harry, I seem to be letting you down. It's not your fault I have a really bad case of a saving people thing, Fleur. This was entirely my own fault. Fleur just sighed and nodded dejectedly. Still, I am sorry you were hurt, Harry. Don't worry about it, Harry said, smiling. So no more avoiding me, right? She chuckled, lightly, and nodded. Excellent. Now come on. It's dinner time, and I need to talk with everyone after the meal. Daphne shivered as she felt Harry's wand lightly touch her bare right shoulder blade. You just couldn't wait to get my shirt off, Harry? Well, Tonks did say she wanted to do some research on other forms. Harry teased back. In the corner nearby, Tonks doubled over laughed at his comment, while Daphne joined in shaking her head. You are getting better at those, Daphne said, smirking. She shook her head lightly as she grew more serious. It's rather odd being on the other side of this, you know. Tell me about it. Shiva agreed, scratching at her Dementor anchor a few inches above her heart. You know, Harry, I didn't quite believe you earlier in the year when you said they feel like they itch. You get used to it. I think it's your magic adjusting to the modified flow in the area that creates the sensation, Harry said while he eyed the location Daphne had chosen and compared it again to his diagram. Now all of you hush. I need to concentrate. Luna was lying down on the couch in the room with her head on Tracy's lap, and Coco held up above her. The little snorcat kept making extremely contented sounds as Luna repeatedly moved him up and down, giggling at the expressions on the critter. Tracy looked at Hermione seated in the couch across the small table reading. Hey, Hermione, she said softly so as not to disturb Harry, who had started to apply Daphne's tattoo. Why was Harry so insistent that we get this done immediately? The brunette murmured. She looked up and blinked before realizing that Tracy had spoken. Oh, right. He's paranoid. Mostly, I think he's just terrified of summoning the sword of Gryffindor around anyone not protected. He did me and Tonks last night. Oh, he did you too? At the same time? Or did you take turns? Tell me, does he live up to the legend? Tracy's grin grew wider and wider as she continued her relentless teasing of Hermione's unfortunate turn of phrase. Tonks calls him Wonder Boy, and I can't help but be curious as to whether that's due to his equipment. Does the parcel tongue come in handy for you too? Hermione was gaping like a fish with her face redder than any of the Weasleys' hair. After nearly a minute, Hermione groaned and leaned back. I can't believe I set you up for that so perfectly. I'm not going to answer those taunts. Not yet, at least. Maybe when I can fire back without blushing. Hermione paused and grinned evilly. Though I can say this, my Dementor anchor is on my upper inner thigh. Tonks has hers matching on her opposite thigh, and the positions required for that placement involved quite a bit of flexibility on our parts. Tracy laughed and gave the older girl a thumbs up. Kinky. I approve. I'm just getting mine on my back, I think. Should be covered by pretty much anything I wear that way. How about you, Luna? Luna tossed Coco up again and smiled as her pet came back down with a wide grin of her own. Well, I considered going for the left forearm to show off where my allegiance lies. Just like with Riddle's people. Those close enough to hear could only stare at the little blonde. Tracy had opened her mouth to start to say something, but Luna continued, blithely ignoring the incredulous expressions around her. I do like the intimacy of the upper thigh, though. I think I might switch mine to the outer thigh instead, however. I can match with Susan if I do that. Tracy looked imploringly to Hermione, who just sighed and leaned back in her chair and pulled her book back out. Giving up on any assistance, Tracy turned back to Luna. I think that's probably a good idea, Luna. The girl beamed, and Tracy breathed a small sigh at the potential crisis averted. Voldemort hissed in frustration. Potter had a magical animagus. Voldemort had never cared to take the time to learn that art. It required far too much time invested for relatively low gains. Yet Potter had managed to break the rules of magic yet again and become something actually useful. He scowled. He really had no reason to be annoyed with the boy. This merely served to reinforce that Voldemort had made the right choice all those years ago when he went for the fellow half-blood. Pure bloods were so foolish and ignorant and set in their ways. They were infinitely easier to manipulate and direct than those with Muggle experiences, which was ironic since, while it made backing the pure blood cause easier, it also made running things afterwards far more complicated. He may have to engineer a breeding program of some sort to reintroduce new genes into the inbred fools after he was in power. None of that was important at the current juncture, though. No, what mattered now was that Potter was making more work for him. There weren't true animagus wards that he could use for when the boy was brought before him. If he couldn't keep the boy from changing form, then he would have to keep the shadows in the vicinity to a minimum. None large enough for the panther to slip through would be allowed. It was easy enough, just time-consuming and annoying. He'd have to direct Wormtail through the entire thing step by step. Was it really so much to ask to have 2 competent servants instead of 1? Oh, what he wouldn't give to have Bella back by his side. Ah, Bella. Now, there was an idea. He'd planned to wait a bit first to gather his forces before striking at the prison. But he needed at least 1 dogmatically loyal follower, and it was looking increasingly likely that he'd lose Barty before the term was out. Oh, Barty had never outright said he was under suspicion, but his lack of information in some reports was just as telling. It took very little insight to understand that the shifter Aura was likely poking her head into things. That the woman was still alive testified more to her intelligence than Barty's failures. She must be keeping regular updates on her suspicions to multiple others. Barty wouldn't risk his cover to tie off the loose end until at least after the cup's portkey had been redirected and layered. At least he was playing the part admirably in the meantime. Voldemort sighed. He did hope that Barty survived the eventual confrontation. Good help was just so hard to find. Dumbledore looked over the Treaty of Athens one more time. How the war had ever managed to start to begin with was mind-boggling. When one race lived primarily in oceans and lakes, and one largely lived in mountain valleys, a person could be forgiven thinking that they would never encounter each other. One wrong word between two guests of Atlantis, though, and suddenly a simple insult and physical altercation turned into an interspecies war lasting centuries. It was a sad state of affairs that the parties were still so at odds. Yet, it suited his purposes. Dumbledore sighed and reached for a lemon drop. Sucking the candy, he nodded. Yes, distasteful as it is, sacrifices must be made for the greater good. The older sister is far too obviously a target. The Mare people will not approach her until time has expired, and they are justified. The younger one, though, they will never suffer two Vila in their territory at the same time. And without his key, Harry is sure to still be there trying to free his hostage until Fleur fails to arrive. They will go for the sister. Dumbledore scowled and took another lemon drop. And Harry will try to save her. With a little luck, he may even manage it. I certainly hope he does. More than likely both will perish, though. Fawkes crooned sadly. Dumbledore sighed and stood to look at his familiar. I know it is sad, old friend. I simply cannot allow a third Dark Lord of my own creation to arise. It is better this way. The prophecy will still be fulfilled. And even if Harry Potter is not the one, then certainly Neville Longbottom has grown strong enough to pose a threat to Lord Voldemort. Yes, if for some reason Barty entering his name doesn't count as Voldemort's hand, Fawkes. The Phoenix shook his head and let out another sad trill. He leaned forward and gave an affectionate beak tap to Dumbledore's forehead before taking flight. As Fawkes reached the center of the room, he disappeared in a ball of flame. Dumbledore mused, rubbing his beard. Fawkes has not left in a huff in quite a few decades. Oh well, he'll be back soon enough. He always is. Dumbledore shrugged and shifted back to his table. I suppose it's always possible that Harry has grown callous enough to completely ignore the girl. Well, if he does that, then his reputation will be in ruins, and his powerful help will take several large steps back. No matter the boy's choice, this is certainly the best way. Now to figure out just how to convince the girl to help. Chapter 29. Lakes and Allegiances. Back from trying to convince the world that you're richer than the goblins, Narcissa asked with a derisive snort as Lucius Malfoy walked into the sitting room. He scowled at her comment and poured himself a drink. The Scandinavian representatives were easily dissuaded from causing problems. I didn't even have to use a tenth of the bribes, typical with fudge. It was almost laughable. The French, though, Lucius' scowl deepened. Those cheese-eater barbarians wouldn't know a smart deal if it slapped them in their face. We're just lucky their champion wasn't the one injured. I may not have been able to save Fudge had that happened. Narcissa laughed. That idiot will destroy this country. He's already doing a bang-up job at it. That idiot is the best, cheapest, most malleable, and highest-placed asset this family has ever seen, he retorted. She snorted derisively, showing just what she thought of that assertion. And he will drag us all into the dirt with his blind insistence on protecting that woman. This foolish tournament doesn't even approach being subtle, Narcissa said, glaring at Lucius. Damaging the reputation of Harry Potter is one thing, a simple matter really, but actively attempting to end an ancient line is completely different. The Wisengamot will turn on him, and you will be caught in the crossfire. Lucius gestured dismissively at that. Neither the Wisengamot nor the public will do such a thing. I may have lost Skeeter, the stupid, careless woman, but I still control the profit. They will never print anything that disparages Fudge too much. Besides, since when have you cared about ending lines? Narcissa shook her head at both his arrogance and his ignorance. I have always cared about ending lines, dear. Narcissa snapped, scowling, the venom practically dripping from her tone. Being a pure blood used to mean something in this country. We used to maintain the family grimoires, uphold ancient traditions both personal and national, and we could trace our ancestors back to the original settlers. Now, all that pure blood means is destruction and corruption. It is not enough that you poison my son with your hatred and vitriol, but now you again poison the country. Lucius' hand clenched around his glass as he sneered at Narcissa's arrogance. How dare she insinuate having any right over his child? Draco has never been your son. He is my heir. Lucius growled. I will continue to raise him in the proper beliefs in the way I see fit, and you will continue to remain quiet if you wish to maintain your lifestyle. You believe the same things I do, surely? I fail to see why we keep having this argument. Narcissa tossed her hands in the air. Had he been listening at all to anything she had just said? We keep having this conversation because your tiny brain fails to see the difference between tradition and bigotry. I seek to honor the precepts upon which our society was constructed. That is all. A society which will stagnate and die without new blood now, and then. You would understand that if you had ever bothered to study history. Lucius glared at his wife for several moments. Slowly he put his cup down and said, You would do well to be careful what you say, woman. The dark mark grows stronger by the day. It is only a matter of time before our old master returns. He was never my master. I may have played the dutiful wife in public, but that madman would see everything I have ever believed and run into the ground if the whim hit him. All he ever cared for was power, and you idiots follow him without a second thought as to how you're all just his tools, she said, narrowing her eyes at him. You are quickly falling into old patterns, Lucius, and the only thing that kept me silent all these years has been torn away from me thanks to you. Lucius stood and laughed derisively. Watch yourself, Narcissa. It is foolish to agitate me. When the Dark Lord returns, I may not be able to protect you. She laughed, as much to hide the shiver of dread that ran up her spine, as to spite him. Oh, and you would give me to his court to entertain them with Draco, watching. Then would you? It would do him well to remember what happens to those who denounce the master. Lucius swept from the room, his cloak billowing behind. Narcissa was left alone, staring into the fire and contemplating whether this frustrating tightrope was worth walking anymore. Draco was all but lost to her. Lucius had seen to that quite thoroughly. The boy may still care for her, but he did not listen to her or believe anything she said. And if the Dark Lord was truly about to return, then yet more of the old families and knowledge would be lost in the fires of war. A war that was looking to be far more evenly matched than the first. She hadn't had any choice in sides the first time when Orion had signed off on this marriage. Yet, compared to back then, there was a new Lord Black now. Perhaps one who just might be willing to help her if she took the first step. Harry stared out at the Black Lake from his spot underneath his favorite tree. The giant squid had taken to tossing several rocks into the air in a passable imitation of juggling, a display which would have been far more entertaining and humorous had his mind not been consumed with worry about the fourth task tomorrow. They had done everything they could to prepare. He had purchased flippers, practiced the Aguameni Maxima charm, crafted an extra breath keeper, studied the map Myrtle provided, gotten the Alohamra to work silently, tested unlocking items with his lockpick tattoo, continually reapplied tracking charms to Hermione, Tonks, and Shiva every 2 hours. Harry sighed heavily. He heard soft footsteps approaching and caught a faint trace of the rosemary perfume that Daphne liked to wear. He'd noticed a bit better sense of smell since gaining control of Midnight, and it helped to pick up on some people. Worried, the Slytherin girl asked, sitting down beside him and joining him in watching the giant squid. Harry nodded glumly. At least in the first 3, it was just me in danger. This one, though, if I screw up, then one of them could die. Daphne snorted and shook her head. While that may be technically true, we both know it's not going to happen, Harry. You are far too stubborn to let one of the people you care about drown like that. Your luck may be awful, but as Neville loves to say, it's the worst good luck ever. Something bad will almost certainly happen, but you will pull through the other side just as your hostage will. I hope so, he murmured. Daphne turned to him in exasperation and glared. She reached out and lifted his chin in one hand to force him to stare into her eyes. Harry Potter, stop moping and being despondent over something that hasn't even happened yet. You are a Gryffindor. You idiots charge forward like fools, and one way or another things work out. This conduct is very unbecoming of a Slytherin slayer. Harry's mouth quirked up into a small smile. I never liked that title, you know. She shrugged philosophically. Not my problem. We both earned it, and you need to continue to live up to it. You're ready for tomorrow. She let his chin go and looked back at the giant squid. Besides, you'll be in there with 3 other friends. Stop worrying, Harry. The more you freak yourself out, the worse it's going to be. Use your occlumency and damp it down if you have to. You're right, he said, nodding. I need to be on my game tomorrow, but that won't happen if I can't eat or sleep. Thanks, Daph. You're welcome, Harry. Daphne lapsed into silence, and they both continued to silently watch the large cephalopod play in the water nearby. Later that night, Harry was sitting on the couch in the common room with one arm around Hermione's shoulder and the other running his thumb over her hand, which rested in his lap. I don't want to leave this spot, he murmured. Hermione chuckled and leaned up to peck his cheek. Neither do I, Harry. I wish we had been able to spend the night in the room, but it's better to let them take one of us instead of forcing them to use someone unknown by hiding in the room. Doesn't make this any easier, he said with a sigh. I know, Harry. Hermione gently sat up straight and turned to face him. Okay, it's late enough and we both need some sleep. You've already applied the tracking charm to NYM and Shiva earlier. Do mine now. Sighing, Harry pulled out his wand and recast the tracking charm onto Hermione. Tomorrow is going to suck. You'll be fine, Harry. And so will the rest of us. Hermione smiled and leaned in to kiss him. After a few moments, she pulled back and smiled. "Get some sleep, Harry. I'll see you in the morning. Love you, Hermione." "I love you too, Harry." They hugged and headed off up the stairs to their respective beds, trying to avoid thinking of all the ways that the task could go wrong. Lavender and Parvati were still in the bathroom, and Hermione had barely finished changing into her nightgown when Professor McGonagall came into the dorm room. "Miss Granger, I need to ask you to come with me." Hermione drew her shoulders together and stood up straighter. "Very well, Professor. May I get changed back into my normal attire?" "Whatever for?" McGonagall asked, frowning in confusion. "This should just be a quick conversation with the headmaster. I am not certain of the content, but surely considering the hour, he won't be keeping you long." "I'm to be Harry's hostage for the task tomorrow, Professor," Hermione said as she shucked her gown and started to pull on her normal clothes again. "That seems fairly obvious. I would rather not be on display in front of the entire audience in my night things." "Hostage?" McGonagall's frown deepened. "That's the first I've heard of this." Hermione laced up her shoes and stood. "Well, Professor, I guess you're not kept in the loop either anymore. Welcome to our world." She walked out ahead of McGonagall, trying to hide her shaking hands. Her brusque tone and words didn't even register through the worry that was springing up inside. "Hello, George. Guess it's you and not Alicia then," she said as she stepped in the common room and saw the second red-headed twin. He nodded in reply and fell into line with her. McGonagall's lips thinned into a line as she followed her favorite student and most annoying prankster out of the portrait hole. "If those fools endanger my lions when they aren't even entered," she murmured under her breath as her eyes narrowed into slits. "You better know what you are doing, Albus." When Harry made it down to breakfast, he was on the verge of taking a calming potion. Seeing Tonks at the table, he growled and sat beside her. "Damn it, I was hoping she was just late." Tonks sighed and squeezed his knee. "Watch her, Harry." "So it's going to be Hermione then." She never came down from the girls' dorm, and Lavender said she hadn't seen her since last night, Harry said, shoveling a piece of toast into his mouth. "Tracking charm still active." Harry scowled. "Tried it as soon as she didn't show. Nothing." Tonks sighed and shifted from squeezing his knee to giving him a brief hug. "She'll be fine, Harry. Our Wonder Boy doesn't fail. He may get beat up, but he hasn't failed us yet." Harry shuddered and leaned into her embrace. "Please don't say stuff like that, NYM," he whispered barely loud enough for her to hear. "Don't tempt fate like that." "Champions," Dumbledore said, standing and smiling at the room regally. "Please start making your way down to the Black Lake. The fourth task will be beginning shortly." As he sat back down, loud murmurs and excited conversations broke out throughout the Great Hall. Everyone started to get their things together and begin to move down to the audience seating. "Come on, Wonder Boy. Let's go get our girl back," Tonks said, tugging Harry to his feet and marching him outside. Fred and Victor caught up as they passed out the doors. Fred frowned, none of usual levity present. George was missing this morning. They are taking hostages instead of things. Victor nodded. "Yes, Millie Vass to meet me this morning. She Vass not present either." "Hermione was taken last night too," Harry commented softly. "Anyone seen Fleur?" Three head shakes met his question, causing Harry's worry to start spiking again. They were almost to the lake shore before the French champion was sighted. Her hair was flying wildly behind her as she ran up to the group, breathing heavily. "Airy, she is gone. They have taken her. They infoirs have taken her. Tonks, Fred, Victor, have any of you seen her?" "One. Who, Fleur?" Harry asked, grabbing her shoulders and trying to ease her hysterics. "Who did they take for your hostage?" "My sister." Fleur cried. "They took my sister into the lake with the mermen." Fred and Victor frowned, but didn't seem to get the significance of Fleur's distress. Harry and Tonks, on the other hand, swore loudly and immediately started sprinting to the lake, with Fleur shortly behind. They skidded to a stop in front of the dock, where Bagman was standing and grinning at them. "Love the enthusiasm, but we still have a few," he started to say before cutting off as a snarling half-transformed Vila stood in front of him with two partially formed fireballs in hand. "We'll start now." "Thank you," Harry said with ice in his voice and fire in his eyes. "You don't even know what's involved," the ministry official said, frowning and holding up his hands, slowly backing away from Fleur. "Get to the Merpeople village. Unlock whatever is holding our hostage down. Rescue the hostage. Get back. All in under an hour," Fred said almost as coldly as Harry. "Not complicated. Start the stupid thing so we can get our people." "Yes, well, you see, we need to wait for all the audience members. The task isn't supposed to officially start for another few minutes." And Victor sneered at the man and lifted his wand to his throat to cast a quick, sonorous, "Attention guests. This task will be starting early, as these people have abducted ones we care for, and we will not leave them beneath the valves longer than necessary. Thank you for your understanding." Canceling the charm, he turned back to Bagman. "Start the task." Bagman swallowed and looked behind him. Umbridge smiled and stepped forward. "I'm sorry, but we must wait for the start. It is only fair to," she abruptly cut off as 5 wands pointed towards her with glowing tips. Fleur had shifted almost entirely to her harpy form, adding further to the threat. Harry spoke very firmly and very slowly. "We will start immediately, Madam Umbridge. You are preventing us from rescuing hostages. We would all be perfectly justified in cutting you down, and since this is an official task, we wouldn't even be prosecuted for it. Move aside." Umbridge scowled and stepped back. Bagman quickly followed her as the 3 headmasters finally came forward. "What is the meaning of this?" Dumbledore asked, frowning at the champions. Tonks stepped in front of the group. "Get ready, guys. I'll handle this. Headmasters, you have 30 seconds to start the task because that's when the champions are jumping in. 1 Vila in the water is bad enough, but having 2 down there, I question all of your sanity." Maxime frowned. "What do you mean by this?" Tonks snarled. "What do I mean? You stupid, neglectful bitch. You." "Tonks, we're ready. Have them start the damn thing." Harry shouted over his shoulder and tossing her his rune clusters and clothes. He was dressed in a simple wetsuit while Victor and Fred only had swim trunks on. Fleur was in a one-piece swimsuit, and all were standing near the edge of the dock. Tonks nodded and turned to Bagman. "Start it." The man gulped again and raised his wand before the headmasters could say anything further. A cannon blast sounded, and 3 of the champions jumped into the water after casting their spells, and In Victor's case, eating their gillyweed. Harry immediately summoned his rune stones back from Tonks. He looped the Breathkeeper around his neck and pulled out his extra version from the harness to put it in the knapsack around his waist. He fastened an activated slow burn onto his shoulder with a sticking charm to light the way, stuck an extravagance rune show into another slot on his other shoulder, and finally put a fishing line on the back of his hand. Finally summoning the fins he'd asked Sirius to buy the other day, and strapping them on, Harry jumped into the lake. Harry immediately started swimming down, following the directions Myrtle had helped them with. The first few minutes were easy since he just had to follow the rocky outcroppings along the bottom, which were pretty distinctive. Once he passed those, however, he ran into the hardest part, a large seabed of kelp that was more or less devoid of any markings whatsoever. If he lost his way at this part, it would take a while to get back on track. Harry was almost past the kelp bed when he saw several strands thrashing viciously. There was a merman hovering over the violent segment of kelp with a hippocampus next to him. The merman had a predatory grin on his face and was lovingly petting the seahorse. A feeling of dread crept up Harry's spine, and he twisted to head into the kelp. Fleur had been overjoyed when her family had managed to get time off to come and see the fourth task. It was the last one prior to the finale, and while it might be a bit boring to the audience, knowing that her family was there to provide moral support was an incredible buoying sensation. Of course, Harry's continual reassurances in the weeks leading up to it had been most wonderful as well. The young man was slowly opening up to her and was seeking more opportunities to be alone with her, whether they were simply studying, training, or relaxing. It gave her hope that maybe, by the end of the year, Harry would be willing to allow her into his growing family unit. And then Gabrielle had come up missing the morning of. Her parents hadn't noticed at first, merely assuming that Gabby had run off to pester Fleur, like she usually did while visiting. Her absence had only been found as Fleur came to greet them both shortly before the task was to begin, and they inquired where Gabby was. It had only taken a moment before Fleur realized the organizers had decided to use her little sister as her hostage. She had frantically rushed to find her fellow champions, hoping that perhaps, just perhaps, she was wrong and Gabby was hanging off of her childhood hero. But no, one look at the small group walking towards the lake had dashed that false hope. By the time she had entered the water, she could barely think, sick with worry and fear that she had managed to draw her sister into this nightmare. She hadn't remembered to wait the 5 minutes Harry would need to get prepared, and she had instead taken off immediately. Victor and Fred had quickly outpaced her, since swimming wasn't exactly something she did often, but that wasn't important. Getting to Gabrielle was important. If she was alone for the first part until Harry caught up, then so be it. That was when the Grindylows struck. Fleur had been swimming above the kelp bed, relatively low, to try and save some time, when she felt a small fist grab her ankle and drag her into the undersea forest. Fleur screamed in surprise, letting loose a stream of bubbles through her bubblehead charm. Sweeping her wand down at the unseen assailant, Fleur let out a silent cutting curse. A low grunt of pain carried through the water as the hand let her go. Swimming up, Fleur tried to get back into clear water, but was immediately dragged back down by not one, but 5 sets of hands on her this time. Fleur screamed again as several sets of teeth bit into her arms and legs. She thrashed, violently managing to throw off one of the attackers. That was when she saw the merman watching her, with a large grin from just above the kelp. He gestured and Fleur felt her limbs be pulled tight to either side. Her eyes widened as the merman pulled the head of a hippocampus slightly to the side. Desperately, she tried to cast several wide area spells, but all fizzled. She had yet to practice any of them silently or wandless. The merman nodded in satisfaction and slapped the hippocampus on the rear. The beast surged and passed close enough to Fleur for her to be pulled slightly in its wake. Thinking for a moment that perhaps she had gotten lucky and the merman had misaimed his mount, she tried to draw a breath and come up with a plan on how to get herself out of this and save her sister. That was when she noticed her bubblehead charm had been pierced. Harry kicked past the merman and his mount and into the thrashing kelp. His eyes widened as he saw Fleur held down by several grindylows, bleeding from multiple cuts and slashes. He had barely raised his hand when she suddenly gulped in a final shuddering breath, and stilled before starting to drift freely in her assailant's arms with her eyes drooping closed. Harry snarled and stopped raising his wand. Instead, he channeled as much magic the boomstone tattoo on the back of his right hand as it would take, as the localized silencing charm snapped into life around him. Harry saw the grindylows flee and caught a quick glimpse of the merman holding his hands over his ears and falling into the kelp bed with the hippocampus motoring away as fast as its tail would take it, letting the magic lapse. He grabbed Fleur and pulled out his spare breathkeeper, pressing it into her hand and wrapping her delicate fist around it. He willed her to breathe. The stone wouldn't work unless she started breathing again. Not seeing any movement, Harry wrapped an arm around her waist and swam desperately for the surface. They were still close enough to the shore of the lake that they weren't too deep, but it still took far too long to reach the surface. Once their heads broke the water's surface, Harry twisted to face the dock and prayed his half-baked idea would work. Reaching out with the fishing line, he latched onto the edge of the top and pulled. Amazingly, his hasty plan actually did just what he'd hoped. He and Fleur shot towards the dock since it was anchored, and he wasn't. His arm felt like it was going to be pulled out its socket, but he held on, and he and his charge were against the dock edge in only a few seconds. Letting the rune fade back to inactivity, Harry hauled Fleur up onto the flat surface. "Breathe, Fleur. Breathe." Harry leaned down and started doing CPR. It was one of the things Tonks had started teaching them in the morning workout sessions, and he prayed it would actually do something now. All he needed was one reflexive gasp, and Fleur coughed violently, and a few meters above them, a shower of water rained onto their heads from thin air. Yes. Fleur took another gasping breath, causing a very small amount of water to again rain on them before her eyes fluttered open. Harry heard shouts coming closer, but he ignored them. "Fleur, are you okay? Can you hear me?" "Airy," she muttered weakly, squinting up at him. "Say, Merman, Gabrielle. I have to. You are not going back in there. You can barely move. You almost drowned, and you don't have your wand." Harry shouted, "Give me your key." Fleur hesitated for a moment before weakly reaching over to pat a pouch on her leg. Harry immediately thrust his hand forward and pulled out the key she had received from the third task. He turned back to her and looked straight into her eyes, saying, "I swear to you, Fleur, I will get your sister out." The judges and Pomfrey reached them just Harry twisted and dove back into the water. Harry kicked into the Merpeople village As his watch clicked over to show 50 minutes had gone by, he kept going at a frantic pace to make it to the platform in the center square before the time limit expired. As Harry swam up, he saw Hermione and the little girl he assumed to be Fleur's sister tied to the two rightmost pillars. Both girls' hair was drifting around their faces, the young Vila's golden hue making her look like an angel. The light stream of bubbles coming from their mouths let Harry know they were just enchanted asleep and not dying like Fleur had been. Arranged around the platform were nearly 24 mermen, all bearing large, wicked-looking tridents. The man directly in the center of the grouping glanced at a makeshift clock on the back of the stand and turned to glare hungrily at Gabrielle. Harry scowled, but slowed as he saw the group hadn't yet done anything. He still had time. Fighting against everything telling him to get the little girl now, he turned away and swam up to Hermione. He wouldn't be able to free her and fight the mermen off, but if they didn't realize he was trying to save Gabrielle and Hermione, he might be able to pull it off. He came up next to the elegant chain holding Hermione to the rock pillar and stretched out with his left hand pressing the lockpick tattoo to the padlock across her waist. He could feel the magic pull harder and start to shift the tumblers inside the large lock. A quick glance down at his watch had Harry's eyes widening. There was less than a minute left. Not enough time to let his rune do its work and get to Gabrielle before the mermen moved in. Scowling, Harry threw caution to the wind and shifted behind Hermione. He took a deep breath, lined up on the chains, and brought his arms together. The lava bomb roared to life as the rune clusters on each arm touched, and a gout of lava spewed forth directly ahead of him. Yelling in pain as the water around his forearms flashed to steam, Harry twisted, and the lava flow died. Hissing at the water rushing over the burns along his arms, he pulled Hermione free from the now destroyed chains and moved over to Gabrielle. A dull chime sounded behind him as he slotted Fleur's key into the lock and twisted it off. Sounds of delight and frustration in equal measure shouted out from the circle of mermen. Gabrielle's eyes fluttered open, and she drew in a breath before coughing and clamping her mouth shut, her hands fluttering to her throat. Harry growled again. Of course the charm would wear off on her at exactly an hour. Thankfully, he could feel Hermione still completely asleep in his arms. Harry reached for his spare breathkeeper to give it to the little Vila, only to close on an empty pouch. His eyes widened in horror as he realized that he had already given it to Fleur and forgotten to grab it as he jumped back into the lake. Gabrielle had been awake for only a few seconds and looked ready to panic. Harry was about to panic as well. The breathkeeper wasn't designed to work with two people. With two sets of lungs, each would only have half their volume replaced with air, while the other half filled with whatever fluid they breathed in normally. He knew enough basic biology to know that having that much fluid in one's lungs might as well be a death sentence. Gritting his teeth, Harry did the only thing he could do. He took one large final breath and tore the breathkeeper from around his own neck and put it on Gabrielle's. Her eyes widened, but she breathed in and then looked at him in shock, her mouth falling open. Harry tried to smile, reassuringly, though the lead merman, letting out a deep, thundering call, wiped the smile off his face. The mermen surged forward with tridents held point first. Harry wrapped Gabrielle into his free arm and activated his boomstone again. Most of the mermen fell back, holding their ears and shaking. Harry took the opportunity and started to kick towards the surface. Gabrielle clutching the rune stone around her neck with one hand and Harry around his waist with the other. Harry had his wand clenched in his right hand, but with Hermione held under his arm, it was mostly useless. Gabrielle, being awake and holding on at least, gave him some limited range of movement with his left hand. He was going to try and reach for the Breathkeeper to take a short gulp of air when another battle cry sounding from below him, and he saw a merman riding the back of a charging hippocampus lunge towards the group. He kept kicking towards the surface and twisted enough to be able to send a bludgeoner in the man's way through the knockback runic tattoo on his left palm. The hippocampus shrieked and pulled away with the merman hanging limply on its back. Before Harry could try reaching for the breathing rune stone again, more mermen swept up from the depths. Harry's vision was starting to narrow as black bands cut off the edges of his vision. Still he ignored it and kept kicking to the surface and tossing bludgeoner after bludgeoner at the attackers. He felt Gabrielle holding tightly onto his waist and bury her head into his neck. His lungs burning, Harry tried a final burst from the boomstone, causing a few of the last attackers to peel off. He saw more coming, but he could barely focus on them. Just as he felt he couldn't resist the urge to breathe in any more, the small group broke through into clear air. Harry gasped for breath and felt Hermione stir from under him. "Harry, are we done?" Her voice took on a puzzled tone. "Hello. Who are you?" J. Emapel Gabrielle. J. Croix K. Harry Potter vint demi sauver la vie. Put etri aussi la vatri. Gabrielle started to chatter in French while moving her grip to clutch Harry's neck and not shifting her head from its spot pressed into the crook of his neck and shoulder. 2. No time to chat, Harry wheezed out between desperate gasps for air. Hermione, hold on, and hold your breath. Gabrielle, if you can understand me, make sure that rune stone is touching your skin until we stop moving. There's going to be a lot of water spraying into the air. What do you mean, Hermione screamed as Harry reached out and pulled on the dock again with his fishing line. It wasn't a moment too soon, as just when they started to speed away, 3 different tridents thrust through where they had just been floating. Thankfully, this time acting like a human water ski. While longer than the first time with Fleur, was a far shorter trip than back to the surface from the village. He only had to hold his breath for about 30 seconds before they reached the dock, and he let the spell go. Fleur, Apollon, and Sebastian were already on the side and reached down to help Gabrielle onto the platform, while Harry and Hermione both gave the girl a boost from below. As soon as the younger girl was up, Victor, Fred, and George reached down and helped Hermione and Harry up. Gabrielle, SCK2 yes blessy, SCKCAVA, pardons-moi, J suis tombé dans un embuscade ETG NAI papiu, vener jusque toy. Fleur exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her sister and burying her head in the girl's wet hair. 3. Gabrielle grinned broadly and gestured wildly around Fleur's death grip. J. Vais bien, Fleur, Maman, Papa, Harry Potter, Aimé Sauvé. Il a combatta les hommes puissants et les repousses, avant de me donner ceci pour que puisse respirer sous l'eau. C'était incroyable. J'ai eu la peur de ma vie mais c'était incroyable. Il est aussi génial que tu elevistes. Fleur. Et me encore plus que dans les histoires. 4. Hermione's eyes narrowed as she caught most of what the young Veela said. She peered first at Gabrielle, then Fleur, Then Harry before turning to the approaching judges and snarling. If looks could kill, there would likely be 5 piles of ashes. Harry, for his part, had merely collapsed, lying down on the dock and breathing heavily. Pomfrey was hovering over him and casting diagnostic charms. Sorry, mate, Fred said softly. Victor nodded his head. Both men were looking anywhere but at Harry. We thought that you were hanging back with Fleur because she was a slower swimmer. We didn't realize there was a problem until we were already back, and we didn't think we could make it down again in time to help. Don't worry about it, Fred, Victor. It's not your fault the Mare people decided today was a perfect day for murder. His eyes widened, and he sat bolt upright, almost clocking Pomfrey on the head. Shite, I forgot. Sit down, Mr. Potter, the Meadowitch huffed. One moment, Madame Pomfrey. Accio Fleur's wand, he said, channeled a large burst into his runic tattoo, and focusing on the last spot, he had seen it while it drifted into the kelp bed. Sure enough, only a few seconds passed before the wand flew out of the water and into his hand. Fleur, here. I think you dropped. Harry was abruptly cut off by a sobbing Vila jumping into his arms and kissing his cheeks. Tu la sauvé. Je n'arrive pas à y croire mais tu l'as sauvé. Merci, Harry, du fond du cœur. Je suis redevable à jamais. Fleur clutched at him, while Harry wrapped his arms around her and rubbed her back. 5. You're welcome, Fleur. I have pretty much no idea what you said, but I get the gist, and you're welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Delacour, Harry said, turning his head towards the French parents, still holding onto their youngest daughter. I think Gabrielle is fine. I gave her the breath keeper before she took anything more than a gasp, so she shouldn't have breathed in much water at all. I kept the Mare people away too, so I don't think any of them got close enough to scratch or stab her. Fleur, are you okay? I will be fine. Airy. Thanks to you, she said quietly, her crying starting to slow. Honestly, Miss Delacour, I can't finish checking the boy over if you keep staying wrapped around him like that, Pomfrey said, glaring at the champion. Move, or I will make you move. I will not have this young man spend another night in my wing because I couldn't finish the charms. Tonks chuckled from where she was leaning against of the wooden poles at the edge of the lake. You should just engrave his name over that bed. He certainly winds up there often enough. Hey, it's not always my fault. I just have the worst good luck ever, Harry mumbled, scowling. I believe we need to distribute the scores still for this event, the Umbitch said with a wide smile. Mr. Potter, you might as well remain here. Again, you did not manage to complete the task, so again, you will be receiving. I advise you to stop talking immediately, madam, Sebastian Delacour said very quietly and very calmly. With extreme deliberateness, he got to his feet and paced towards Umbridge, who hastened to back up a step. Sebastian stopped and stared down at the Toad Woman. I know that it was you who suggested this event. I also know that the entirety of this judging body, he swept a calm hand to encompass all 5, signed off on the hostages. While I would never expect Fleur to be excluded from a task due to inherent racial tension, including my youngest in this without my or my wife's consent was very poor judgment. Rest assured, I will be investigating this matter to the fullest. And if I find that any of you had any inkling about the continued tensions between Vila and Mare people, you will find French prisons quite unaccommodating, I'm sure. If you make it to them, that is, Umbridge sneered at the man and held her nose high. "Is that a threat?" "Oh, good. Perhaps you aren't as stupid as you look," Apollon commented with a snort from her position on the dock. Sebastian, on the other hand, simply inclined his head in a small nod. "It is certainly a threat. The Treaty of Athens is commonly taught in all major institutions. Having a vila as a contestant should have ensured that appropriate safety measures were in place on this task. That you not only ignored that, but also included a second underage vila without parental consent. Make no mistake, Madam Umbridge, I am making a threat." He scowled and his control slipped momentarily before he regained his poise. "Had Harry Potter not saved both of my daughter's lives, I very much doubt you would be breathing right now either. As it is, I will see you and as many of the rest of you behind bars as is appropriate. If you have any sense at all, you would be already running to your minister and begging for his protection." He turned back to Gabrielle and Fleur and sat beside his wife. Bagman visibly gulped and tried for a smile that came across looking very faked and very forced. "Yes, well, shall we get to the scoring?" The 4 champions trooped into the grassy field near the docks several minutes later. Gabrielle refused to move too far away from Harry, so she walked between him and Fleur and held both their hands, grinning like a loon. If he hadn't seen her terrified in the water, he'd think the younger girl was having the best day of her life. Tonks and Hermione had moved to the side of the field and stood with the rest of his friends along with Apollon and Sebastian. Amusingly, the Umbridge had actually taken the elder Delacour's advice and gone to speak with Fudge rather than participate in the judging. Percy was again taking her slot. Crumb and Fred both received 45 points for near-perfect execution of the task. Crumb got an extra nod for thinking outside the box by using gillyweed, though he also lost some points for having to wait an extra few minutes for it to wear off before he could climb out of the lake. Fleur was called forward, and Gabrielle rather reluctantly let go of Harry to stick with her sister. "M'Lee Delacour," Dumbledore said, standing. "The judges have discussed the situation after receiving a briefing on the events taking place during the task. As you did not retrieve your hostage, the task was not adequately completed. However, we feel that the tension between your people and the Merpeople was severely underestimated, resulting in a skewed level of prejudice and difficulty towards yourself. In light of this, we have agreed to award you 25 points. Gabrielle snorted as she stepped back into line with Fleur. "Severement sous-estime, humph. Severement sous-estime, mon joli petit cul, oui." 6. Fleur rolled her eyes good-naturedly at her sister while Harry stepped forward. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore intoned, the twinkle in his eye non-existent. "You returned outside the time limit for this task, which should again result in 0 points. However, taking into account your noble actions regarding the Beauxbatons champion and her hostage, we have agreed that such a score would be grossly unfair. Taking into account your obvious preparation, skill, and quick thinking, we have decided to award you a full 50 points. A loud cheer rose from nearly everyone in attendance, drowning out anything else Dumbledore had to say. Harry's eyes were huge as he stepped back into line. Gabrielle quickly hugged him and smiled up at him, saying in English, "Congratulations, Harry. That was a great score." "Thanks, Gabrielle," Harry replied. "Gabby, it's Gabby, to you, Monsieur Potter," Gabrielle said with a laugh, and let him go. Fleur simply raised her eyebrows at the two. Well, this concludes the fourth task in the Triwizard Tournament, Bagman said, as finally the crowd calmed down enough for him to be heard. Again, we do apologize for the lack of visual aids, as the early start prevented us from getting them into place. Rest assured, the final task will be quite the spectacle. All 4 champions, and several of the audience members shivered at that. The final event in this tournament has the theme Face the World, and will be held at the end of June. I look forward to seeing everyone there, and wish the champions the best of luck. Newton and Parasila were already sitting in the chairs in front of her desk when Olymp returned to her office. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she sat down. She didn't even have a chance to start speaking before Newton held up a hand. After a moment, he slowly lowered it and spoke in a very soft, exceedingly calm voice with no attempt made to hide the steel present. Olymp, please explain to us just how 2 Vila wound up in a lake full of mere people. One of them as a hostage while underage and without parental consent. Olymp considered lying for a moment. It might have worked too. She'd been told before that her giant heritage helped to mask some of the more characteristic tells, if she was careful. Sighing, she deflated. It wasn't worth trying to keep her job. The founders were only here to help and to protect the students, something she had obviously failed at. It happened because I did nothing to verify the circumstances or details. Explain. Each headmaster gave their recommendations for suitable hostages to the group, and Dumbledore assured us all that he would personally speak with them and ask for their assistance. My recommendation for Fleur was Hermione Granger, as Harry Potter was already a contestant. It is blaringly obvious the girl cares for both of them far more than anyone she has ever met in this school. I had no idea he was going to ask little Gabrielle. Newton and Parasila turned to look at each other. Parasila raised her eyebrows and cocked her head in an I told you so expression, while Newton just scowled and nodded. Unfortunately, we assumed that might be case. Parasila said, Sebastian is on a warpath. He knows that as one of the ministry leads on this, Umbridge had to personally sign off on it. Whether she's just an idiot or actively malicious doesn't much matter. By the time this term ends, she'll be destroyed politically and in one of our prisons. Bagman has been hit in the head by too many bludgers to bother pursuing, and his name is never on any of the signature lines. Apparently, someone drilled that into his head during his career. Dumbledore, though. Newton sighed. As much as I'd like to think otherwise, I have a hard time imagining he didn't know about the Treaty of Athens. Olymp let out a deep sigh and nodded. I as well find that hard to believe. I ensured that the giant squid was to be close to the village in order to hopefully keep the mere people from getting bold prior to the end of the hour, and it would have shadowed Fleur back to keep her from being attacked if she was late. The headmistress laid her hands on the table and shook her head. I never expected them to be so bold as to attack the girl prior to the time expiration. Technically they didn't, Parasila said, scowling. The Grindylows attacked the champion, and the hippocampus was meant to scare her. He, of course, failed to recognize that his mount was just a little too close, and that a spine punctured her breathing bubble. She snorted and swatted the air. This is why I hate politics. I did speak with Sebastian, Apollon, and Gabrielle shortly prior to returning here. Olymp ventured. Gabrielle was approached and asked if she was willing to help her sister. No details were given. Sebastian and Apollon had not been approached since Fleur's initial selection. At that point, they made a statement to the organizers that could loosely be considered blanket permission for anything involving their family. If one were to squint and twist their head just right, that would likely be why Sebastian is so confident he can nail Umbridge to the wall. Parasila nodded, smiling. The toad will be tossed to the wolves. It will save the others in Fudge's administration as well as the judges and organizers, so he won't even try to protect her beyond a token protest. Newton leaned back with a sigh and stared at the ceiling. None of this solves the issues surrounding Dumbledore, though. I've known the man for so many years to willing put a 13-year-old girl into such a potentially deadly situation. What could he have been thinking? I warned you he was going to end up being the chess master here, Parasila snorted. He's careful and willing to play the long game. I doubt we'll be able to find much of anything concrete. There must be a reason, Newton argued. His vaunted greater good is the reason he's lost his marbles, Nick, and I, for one, will not stand idly by while he drives more lives into the ground. Olymp blinked between the two, attempting to remain quiet and invisible as they glared at each other. Finally, Newton sighed heavily and nodded. A compromise, then. We continue to investigate the finer points, and should the root cause prove to be foolhardy, we will pass the information along. If the main players neuter him, then we will jail him. I won't consign my old friend to the wolves just without knowing why he has faltered. He deserves better than that. Parasila narrowed her eyes and lapsed into silence. After nearly a minute, she gave a slow nod. Agreed. We haven't survived this long by getting personally involved. However, your refusal to admit the man is losing grip isn't tenable. I propose we approach Fleur and Potter at minimum and inform them of our suspicions. The rune teacher as well, Bathsheba babbling. Newton said, she's the boy's guardian and is by all accounts a stable, well-reasoned individual. He may be emancipated, but he's not an adult yet, so she deserves to know. Olymp raised her hand to interject. They may already suspect Dumbledore of being involved. From what I understand, he has crossed them in the past. Parasila nodded. All the same, we have learned to avoid assumptions regarding allies. Her visage hardened, and she glared pointedly at the headmistress. I would hope that after today's events, you have learned that lesson as well, Olymp. The headmistress quickly nodded in agreement. Harry ran a hand through his hair as he paced in front of the couch in the room of requirement. Fleur, Hermione, and Tonks were all sitting on said couch looking on at him in various shades of amusement and exasperation. Harry had asked them all to meet him here as he snuck out of the party in the Gryffindor common room. He'd given it a good go, staying for almost an hour before giving up and asking Daphne, Luna, and Tracy to provide a decent distraction. You really don't need to be so dramatic, Wonder Boy, Tonks commented with a light grin. She was leaning against the armrest with feet pulled up and crossed under her, obviously trying not to laugh while following his pacing. Stop teasing him, and wham, Hermione scolded. Sighing, she turned to look at Harry and said softer, Harry, I think we have a good idea why you asked us to come and talk. You can relax a little. At least sit down. Airy, Fleur commented, gesturing to an armchair behind him. Harry stopped his pacing and shook his head. Flopping down on the chair, he held his head in his hands. You almost died, Fleur, he said quietly. But I didn't. Because you saved me, Ari. Again, she said, smiling. I watched you drown. I was right there next to you. If NYM hadn't taught us that CPR thing. Fleur moved to get up and go to him, but Hermione laid a hand on her arm and shook her head. Being around me is dangerous, Harry suddenly said, lifting his head up and staring hard at all three of them. Every single year, I, or someone I care about, has almost died. If you three stay with me, you're going to be a target. Hermione smiled sadly. Harry, we've known that for a while, and I want to be perfectly clear on several things. You don't have a monopoly on danger. Everyone turned to look at her with expressions of disbelief. She held up a finger. Troll, there is no possible way you can claim credit for that thing walking into the same bathroom I was in. Voldemort would have been in the castle regardless, and he would have used the same distraction regardless, and you had no control over Ron saying what he said. Basilisk, she continued, holding up a second finger. If you think I wouldn't have been researching that monster without you around your barmy. Again, not your fault. I was hurt. Also not your fault that Lucius decided to give Tracy the diary. You didn't even know her or Daphne at that point. Luna, a third finger joined the others. I love the former Ravenclaw, but you have been literally nothing but a godsend to her. Her life was miserable before you, and I can't think of a single bad thing that has happened to her since you met her. The near rape would have happened with, or without the push from the article in the Quibbler. Those girls would have found some other reason to pick on her. Dementors. Yes, you helped shine the light that Sirius might be innocent. Yes, NYM used that light to start investigating. But don't you dare try to take the blame for the Dementor attack at the end of the year. We had 5 adult witches and wizards with us that night. World Cup. Hermione grimaced as she said that one, but quickly regained her stride. Those people would have tried to go after Fleur, whether you had been there or not. They did go after Fleur before we got there. Finally, the tournament. Harry, the goblet also would have chosen her even if you had not been entered. Hermione sighed and leaned back. While I will admit your involvement has likely ramped up the danger of each individual task, I would again point to the horrid history of death and permanent injury surrounding this. Today's issues were completely unrelated to you, Harry. What happened this afternoon was a remnant of an old war whose reason no one even remembers. Harry gaped at his girlfriend to hear it all laid out, so logically rather took the wind out his sails and threw most of his arguments into the meat grinder. Closing his mouth and frowning, Harry considered what Hermione had said. After a few minutes, he looked back up at the girls. It's still dangerous to be with me, especially if Voldemort comes back, he said, sounding slightly confused. Tonks took over. Wonder Boy, life is dangerous. Your good luck. Weird good luck, but good luck. And I would like to see if this Voldemort is fireproof, Fleur said with a small grin. His name is quite amusing to Z.E. French. I'd love to test how accurate it is. Harry's confusion deepened. You all really are still interested in dating me? Harry, you have half the female population of the country interested in dating you, Tonks said, rolling her eyes. Hermione and I have one, and we have no intention of letting you go. Considering Fleur is sitting here too, I think she's got a shoe in for a spot as well. And this girl is not one to give up. Harry sighed and leaned back bonelessly into his seat. I hate when people use logic on me. I can't claim to be a normal wizard when you use logic because things actually make sense, and wizards don't seem to like that. Amen to that, Hermione muttered. Harry squared his shoulders and turned to Fleur. Fleur, are you still hoping for a consort agreement with House Potter? Fleur quite nearly jumped up and pumped her hand in the air, though somehow she managed to restrain herself to a very emphatic, Hermione, are you still accepting of Fleur as a potential consort to House Potter? Harry asked, turning to the brunette. I am, she said, nodding. Nymphadora. Neither Harry nor Tonks faltered at the dreaded name. Are you still accepting of Fleur as a potential consort to House Potter? I am. Tonks agreed, her hair flashing through a quick rainbow before settling back into pink. Harry stood and moved in front of Fleur, taking her hand. Okay, he muttered, nodding to himself and taking a deep breath. Okay, Fleur, I would very much like for you to join my growing family. Grinning from ear to ear, Fleur nodded and pulled Harry down into a kiss. Chapter 30. The End of a Toad. A few weeks after the fourth task, Fleur caught up with Harry while he was outside practicing spell chains with Flitwick. The diminutive professor had been gradually pushing Harry towards doing some of the simpler chains, silently, and while he could get most of them down, they weren't very powerful yet. Excuse me, Professor, said Fleur. Madame Maxime has requested to speak with you and Professor Babbling as soon as possible. Flitwick shrugged good-naturedly and holstered his wand. That's quite all right, Miss Delacour. Harry, continue to practice strengthening those. You're improving quite nicely. Harry, breathing hard, nodded and put his hands on his knees as he doubled over. Sure thing, Professor. Flitwick chuckled and headed back inside. After a minute, Harry finally regained his breath and stood straight. Shiva's on break at the moment. We can go grab her now and head over. What did Madame Maxime want? I do not know, Fleur shrugged. She simply said that it was quite urgent and zapped both of us. And your guardian should be Zir. Zay's phrasing was worrying, but she did not seem flustered. So whatever Z discussion is, I don't think Z's rate is anything immediate. So it might just be something about the final task. Harry asked. Fleur nodded and threaded her arm through his. They walked through several corridors, only passing by a few people, for which Harry was rather thankful. Even after almost 3 weeks of officially dating Fleur, he was still getting quite a few nasty looks and whispered comments. While he couldn't entirely blame them, the real issue was that everyone seemed to think of Fleur as simply a piece of meat. They weren't so much complaining that Harry had multiple partners, they were complaining that he nabbed the villa. It wasn't everyone in the castle, but it was enough to get his blood boiling every time he saw someone whisper to their friend as he walked by with Fleur. Hermione had been required to physically restrain him the first few times. By now, all 3 girls had found a far better motivator to ensure Harry behaved. Knocking on Shiva's office door, Harry stepped inside, only to find her standing at the chalkboard with her wand stuck in her hair and a determined expression plastered on her face while she tapped her foot, staring at the diagram displayed in front of her. Harry couldn't resist laughing at that picture, and Fleur started giggling a little as well. Bit of an issue, Shiva? Hey, kid, she said, waving her hand but not looking towards him. Oh, here it is. She reached out and crossed off a rune in the scheme and added a slightly modified one in its place. Gotcha. Now, that will work. What's up, Harry? Oh, hey, Fleur, Shiva said, nodding to them both as she took her wand out of her hair and cast a quick copying spell on the board, transferring the diagram to a nearby sheet of parchment. We need to head over and talk with Madame Maxime about something. We think it has to do with the final task, but we aren't completely sure, Harry said. Shiva raised her eyebrows. Okay, you don't need my permission to walk across the grounds, kid. Harry snorted. No, I meant Fleur, me and you. Not just Fleur and me. Oh, well, you should have said that to begin with. Give me a second. The professor cast a quick cleaning charm on her robes, straightened her hair, and waved them out of the office. Falling into line with the two champions, Shiva looked at them both critically. So what does she want me for two? Both students shrugged. No idea, Harry said. Fleur was saying that she didn't seem frightened, just a little worried. Shiva frowned and lapsed into silence. The trio made it to the Beauxbatons carriage without incident, and Fleur showed them into the headmistress' office. The large woman quickly stood as they entered and nodded to each. Hello. Thank you for coming so quickly. I have two guests who wish to speak with you all. Harry and Shiva frowned at that, while Fleur just looked puzzled. Headmistress, this seems most irregular, the blonde said. It is, Maxime said, sighing. She took her wand and sent a quick spell towards the door, and leaned back. I assure you, Zuff, no one here wishes to harm any of you. This is simply a secure location for Z meeting. Shiva narrowed her eyes at the other woman, but before she could say anything, the door opened again, and two more people stepped into the room. Her gaze shifted to the newcomers. Both were dressed conservatively in something that could pass as either demure robes or fashionable muggle clothes, and carried themselves with a sense of authority. The woman smirked in amusement at the three people sitting across from the headmistress, while the man nodded happily at them all. Hello, hello. So good of you three to come and agree to speak with us. I apologize for the bit of cloak and dagger, but sometimes it's necessary, the man said. He stepped up and offered his hand. Shiva let out a breath and shook her head. She stood to accept the handshake from both the man and the woman, as did Harry and Fleur, before all five sat down again, with the chairs twisted to face each other in a loose arc. Newton, you're forgetting your manners, the woman said with a lightly scolding tone. This is my husband, Newton Fulcanelli, and I am Parasila. Pleasure, Shiva murmured. I assume you already know us, but just in case, I'm Bathsheba Babbling. This is Harry Potter and Fleur Delacour. Parasila nodded. We do know of you. We've been taking stock of your ward for some time now, actually. Manners are always appreciated, though. Harry's eyes narrowed, and his nostrils flared. Fleur stiffened beside him, and Shiva subtly fingered her wand. Taking stock of me, how? Parasila smiled and shrugged casually. Nothing dangerous or invasive. Young one. Simply keeping our eyes and ears open. We like to determine one's character before we agree to meet with them. The quibbler was quite useful, for once instead of simply being amusing. I must congratulate you, by the way. I never would have thought that Zeno would be able to resist printing his conspiracy theories. Harry relaxed slightly and snorted. If they knew Luna's father personally, then they probably were okay. The man maybe not be entirely stable, but he seemed to have a decent head for people from what Luna had said. Don't thank me for that. That was all Luna. You can't refuse that girl anything, and her father is even more wrapped around her finger than the rest of us. Newton chuckled as well. Well, I for one rather miss some of the wilder stories. We went on several hunts with him in the past to try and track some of the critters he talks about. Parasila and I actually found a few on our own solo excursions some years ago. It's a good way to pass the time. I can imagine, Shiva said, trailing off and furrowing her brow. She stared at the two visitors, muttering softly, "Why do those names sound so familiar?" Newton sat up a bit straighter, while Parasila's mouth thinned into a line. Harry's eyes narrowed as he stared back and forth between the couple. Fulcanelli was a pretty famous alchemist. Newton deflated slightly, and Parasila's grin widened considerably. "Go on," she said, winking at him. "Newton and Parasila. I don't suppose you're named after Paracelsus by any chance?" "Another famous alchemist?" Harry asked. At her nod, Shiva gasped and stared between the couple. Fleur just looked between the other four people and grimaced. "I feel I am missing something extremely important in this conversation." Harry ignored her for the moment, focused fully on Newton and Parasila. So then Newton would be for Isaac Newton, Merlin. He suddenly shot to his feet and pumped his fist in the air. "Huh, I knew it. Hermione and I were right." He turned back to the two and smiled wide. Before bowing a bit, "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Flammel." As he said that, Fleur gaped, staring goggle-eyed at them. Parasila chuckled and patted Newton's leg while he sat there looking dejected. "She was so close," he moaned. "She would have had it in another minute or two." "And yet I still win," Parasila said. "We haven't been back to San Diego in a while. I think this time we'll go to the International Comic-Con. It's so boring." Newton whined. "It's getting better. They have a new logo and location this year." Harry stared between the two and laughed. "Why are you deciding on a vacation?" Parasila saluted him. "Because you won me our bet, Mr. Potter. Every time we switch to a new identity, Newton and I have a bit of an ongoing wager over whether a Muggle-born/raised or a pure blood will figure out who we are first. Well, naming yourselves after famous alchemists and keeping the N, P, and F initials really doesn't make it that complicated," Harry snorted. Newton groaned and held a hand over his eyes. "See, that's what I said. But apparently it's still too subtle for most magically raised. I haven't won the darn bet since the 11th century." Shiva gurgled and struggled for words. 11th century, but you're far older than 600-something, Parasila laughed. "I'll grant you the Nicholas and Perenelle names lasted a lot longer than we had expected. Plus the manner of killing them off was annoying to the extreme. But don't make the mistake of assuming that was the first time we had to do it." Newton sighed dramatically and lowered his hand, looking at Harry, most of the joking expression gone from his face. "You said you and your girlfriend assumed we were alive. When was this?" "My first year," Harry shrugged. "We weren't sure whether Dumbledore actually believed you would let yourselves fade away, or if he just wanted us to believe it. But we didn't think you'd just give up because of one guy trying to steal your stuff, even if that guy was possessed by Voldemort." Parasila smirked. "I don't know what Albus was smoking that year, but it must have been strong. Even just as Perenelle and Nick, we were around for over 6 centuries. Seriously, to think we'd just roll over and die between a single upstart tried to steal our fake things. Idiots. I swear the world is getting stupider every century." Fleur finally managed to restart her brain and rejoin the conversation. You are the alchemist pair, the founders of the school, and you are speaking with us. That we are, Newton laughed. Peace, little Vila. We're just two extremely old senior citizens who like looking after our legacy when we have the chance. This conversation isn't just a social visit, though, is it? Shiva said, leaning back and crossing her arms. Her comment wasn't a question. Parasila slowly shook her head and mirrored the other woman's posture. No, it isn't. We have some information for you that we felt should be passed along. Why us? Shiva asked. Well, to be perfectly honest, we like you. We keep tabs on the big things, and young Harry has impressed us. Newton said, we were going to consider offering to let you do some research with us in a decade or two. We've come forward a bit earlier as events have started becoming increasingly charged each year. Ms. Babbling, you're a rare one. You'd be amazed at how many educators would have simply looked the other way upon discovering a bit of child neglect. That you not only took control of the situation, but actively worked to assist was extremely impressive. Had you spoken French, we would have tried to recruit you to our school. Parasila took up the narrative as she smiled at Fleur. And you, mademoiselle, have been consistently exceptional throughout this year. Your previous school performance was noteworthy as well, though not quite as flashy. Fleur blushed and mumbled something unintelligible. So, to be blunt, Newton said, shrugging, we would prefer you and your friends survive and flourish. In the interest of assisting in that endeavor, we're willing to pass along some interesting bits of info every now and then, such as who we believe to be behind the mockery of fair play that this tournament has become. Well, the Umbitch is obviously involved, Harry said, narrowing his eyes. From what Fleur said, though, her father should be taking care of her soon enough. He has most of the necessary documentation, and Fudge is starting to back off from shielding her. She will be gone by the time the final task is complete, Fleur said, fire flashing in her eyes. Ah, but do you suspect who pulls her strings? Parasila asked. There's a couple of possibilities, Shiva said, nodding thoughtfully. All equally worrying, and with potentially multiple players involved. The worst options, I think, are Voldemort, Fudge, or Dumbledore. I would have originally thought attempted assassinations wouldn't be Dumbledore's style, but I'm starting to change my opinion on that. Harry frowned. I'd still prefer to think that he's simply a manipulative arse, but not evil. It is getting harder and harder to entertain that possibility as this year goes on. Fleur shook her head. Airy, no sane individual would place a 13-year-old Vila in that lake. I do not care how manipulative you think he is. He is as bad as the Toad in my mind. Yeah, that was where I hit on him, too. Shiva nodded, as did Parasila. Agreed, Parasila said. We worked with him for quite a few years in the past. Albus was always well educated and did his homework. He'd have known about the Treaty of Athens and the danger involved. He has a hand in recent events, and while it might be subtle, it is not idle. Newton grimaced. He was a good man, once. Harry sighed and leaned back into his seat. Well, he certainly hasn't shown that side concerning pretty much anything dealing with my life. Do you have any proof? That's always the problem when dealing with Dumbledore. He's good at working behind the scenes and doing legal gymnastics to avoid being punished for anything. Unfortunately, we still lack that proof, Parasila said, shrugging. As you just said, he's good and has been playing this game for a long time. We're continuing to keep our eyes open and investigating a bit here and there, but we mostly just wanted to pass along our suspicions and warn you to keep your eyes on the man. Forewarned is forearmed, and all. Shiva nodded and leaned forwards to fix each with a considering look. Can you help us at all? Can we? Certainly. Will we? Well, that is an entirely different animal, Parasila's sighed. You aren't willing to do anything beyond give us a heads up. Harry asked incredulously. Fleur also looked rather affronted as she reached over to take Harry's hand and squeezed softly. Newton grimaced. I wouldn't say that exactly. The thing is, though, we made it a policy not to interfere to any large extent. If we stepped in every time things started going to hell, we'd quickly become a crutch for humanity. People would stop trying to fix things for themselves and just wait for us to do something. Eventually we'd tire of it, stop helping, and then the world would self-destruct when the next self-important idiot stepped forward to cause trouble. This country stopped standing up for itself a long time ago, Harry muttered. Parasila shrugged. True, but it doesn't change our policy. And besides, we might be unaging, supernaturally healthy and regenerative, but we are not immortal. We haven't survived this long by getting involved in every wannabe Dark Lord or Masterfool that sprang up. We are, however, Newton said, holding up a hand, willing to help a little. We won't fight your battles, and we won't publicly reveal ourselves. However, I cannot condone what Albus appears to be doing. If you neuter him, we will take care of him. Take care of him? How? Fleur asked shrewdly. Leave that to us, Newton said firmly. Albus is an old friend. Even if I find his recent actions to be repugnant, I have no wish to see him die in prison or be summarily executed. Parasila's smile had an evil little set to it. I think you will find his fate rather karmic. Please, Harry entreated quietly. He stared at the floor scowling and continued, That man made me live with the Dursleys and has kept everything he possibly could from me since I was a baby. Shiva and I have been trying to get something on him for almost 4 years now. Please, I need to know what you're planning before I can agree to let you deal with it. Parasila looked to Newton with raised eyebrows. He sighed heavily, but waved her to go ahead. Turning back to the trio, she smirked. Well, Albus is quite old. We were thinking he might be more comfortable in a group setting. Perhaps a new home, with his magic properly bound up by a nice little potion we invented a few centuries back, of course. Shiva's eyes widened before she started laughing hysterically. A Muggle nursing home? Seriously? Okay, I vote we let them have the geezer. Imagine how frustrated he'd be trying to tell everyone, no, you don't understand. I'm the leader of the light. I must return to my fellow wizards. It may not be Azkaban, but it's certainly prison. Harry considered that, looking to both Fleur and Shiva, before finally turning to the Fulcanellis and nodding. Okay. Excellent. Parasila said, smiling. You neuter him, either politically or personally, and we will take care of the rest. We'll contact you if we find anything concrete, Newton said. I do hope this all turns out well enough. This has been some of the most fun I've had in decades. Fudge was sitting in his office with his head in his hands. How had things progressed to this point? All he had wanted was to humiliate the Potter boy a bit, take him down a peg or two, and teach him some respect. Now Fudge was facing political and economic censure from nearly the entirety of the ICW, unless he acted soon. He had given Dolores free rein in crafting the tournament tasks, and that had been such a foolhardy mistake. Even after he realized the damage she could be doing, he'd still trusted the woman to take care of it. Now the French were out for blood, the Scandinavians scented weakness, and the rest of the ICW were peering at his administration far too closely. If they actually followed through on their threat to examine his practices for compliance, they'd likely find his special vault. From there, it wouldn't be simple disgrace. It would be Azkaban. Fudge whimpered. He wouldn't let that happen. "You called for me, Minister Fudge?" Sebastian Delacour asked with a smirk as he stepped into the office and took the seat across from Fudge. Yes, I did. I've gotten the recent request from your superiors." "Oh, good. I was hoping that'd come in before the task started. I am rather displeased that the attempted murder of my daughters has gone unanswered for nearly 2 months." The steel in the man's voice was frightening. Fudge shifted several papers around to try and cover his hesitation. "Yes, well, it took some time to complete the internal investigation and agree to some of the stipulations." Delacour had the audacity to snort. "And your conclusions?" "Dolores Umbridge is the individual culpable for the continuous safety oversights involving the Triwizard Tournament. She is currently on a leave of absence and left no forwarding address." Which was actually true. He had hoped to be able to contact her and tell her to run, or at least tip off Lucius so that her memory could be taken care of prior to any interrogations. Fudge sighed. "I can, however, say with some certainty that she will be at the final task of the Triwizard Tournament. I can arrange for Aurors to be there to conduct the arrest and transfer her to you." Delacour just smiled and shook his head. "Thank you for the generous offer, but I do believe the French officers will handle the arrest ourselves." Fudge sweated a bit at that. He knew that Lucius had 1 or 2 contacts among the foreign ministry, but their influence was minimal. He'd just have to hope his undersecretary would be able to resist antagonizing them enough to render truth serum a viable option. Or maybe Lucius would know what to do to get around this. "Yes, of course," Fudge said, nodding hurriedly. Better to keep the man happy for the moment. Even if Dolores did spill some secrets she didn't know enough that would see him following in her wake, and any goodwill he could engender with the damnable French should be sufficient to at least see him allowed to retire with grace. Perhaps a peace offering as well? "Oh, such as?" Fudge pushed several sheets of papers to Delacour. "The final task is to be a floating labyrinth. There will be magical creatures and enchantments inside the confines to challenge the champions, but there should be minimal risk, as outside personnel will be immediately on hand to assist if needed. The walls will be transparent to observers as well, so everyone should be able to watch what is going on inside. I trust these safety precautions are to your liking?" Delacour took the diagrams and spent several minutes looking them over before nodding. "This is a runic expansion charm. I am slightly concerned about." "Oh no, never mind. I see the addition that prevents collapse while personnel are still inside." "Excellent." He set the papers down and gave Fudge a genuine smile for the first time. "It's good to see that your government is finally taking this seriously." "We have always taken it seriously," Fudge said, scowling slightly. "I simply trusted my undersecretary too much, and the oversight Bagman was supposed to be providing was horribly insufficient." He will be properly disciplined as soon as the tournament is over. Ensure that he is Fudge. Ensure that he is. We will take care of Umbridge. Harry caught the rosemary scent of Daphne's perfume as the door to the Ollery opened behind him. He lifted a hand in a wave while he kept talking with Hedwig. I'll be fine, girl. Yes, if I'm not fine, I will give you an extra 2 treats for every day I'm in the hospital wing. And yes, Hermione, Tonks, or Fleur will watch out for you if something happens. Hedwig barked and started nipping at his finger. Ow. No, I'm not trying to pawn you off on my girlfriends. I'm telling you, you'll be taken care of in case the worst happens. Hedwig, stop. The snowy owl barked again and glared at him, twisting her head. I told you, I plan on being fine, girl. Okay. She twisted her head back to him, barked, nipped his finger far more affectionately, and took wing back to the rafters. Harry shook his head, muttering, "Crazy bird." Turning around to Daphne, he smirked. How come you always manage to be the one to find me the day before these tasks, and not one of the others? Daphne shrugged. Probably because they look for where you'd go while I look for you. There's a difference. Harry asked, furrowing his brow. It's subtle, but yes, there is. Daphne sighed and stepped up to look out the window. You should stop trying to hide before these things, Harry. I'm not hiding, he said. She shot him a glance with raised eyebrows. Okay, fine. I'm not intentionally hiding. I just like some time to think beforehand. That gets a bit tough when everyone wants to talk to me and go over last-minute things. Daphne sighed. I know the feeling. Harry, I want to ask you something, and I would appreciate it if you thought about it for a time before answering. Okay. Daphne kept staring out the window and stayed silent. Harry had started to fidget by the time she finally started to say something. Harry, are you willing to consider? She scowled and her mouth clacked shut. Do you plan to try and win this tournament tomorrow? She finished in a rush. Harry frowned. That wasn't what she had been planning to ask. He didn't need to be taking divination to know that. Well, if she didn't want to ask her real question, he wasn't going to force her. I may not have entered myself, Daph, but I would like to try and win. Yeah, I think I have a decent shot at it. While I don't need the money, I can use it to help invest in the twins getting a physical shop location with enough room next door for a Potteroons shop also in the future. Or I could just donate the winnings to an orphanage or something if they have enough and don't think we need the extra money. Daphne shook her head, the ghost of a smile on her lips. Typical. Both noble and practical options. I'll admit, I'm a little surprised you're thinking ahead so much. It's good to see you can make long-term plans beyond a year out. Daph, Harry said, coming up beside her and reaching out to squeeze her shoulder. What's going on? Daphne turned to look at him and narrowed her eyes. Why do you have to be so bloody exceptional? What? He asked, shaking his head in confusion. Daphne didn't bother to respond verbally. Instead, she reached out and pulled his head to hers, drawing him into a kiss. Harry's eyes widened, and he froze. She had barely touched his lips before she pulled back and hugged her arms around herself. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Good luck in the task tomorrow, Harry. Without another word, Daphne turned on her heel and practically ran from the Ollery. Harry was left standing and gaping at the door, and his vanished friend. What the hell just happened? He asked quietly. Hedwig flew back down to his shoulder and barked knowingly. Harry scowled. When his owl knew more about people than he did, there was a problem. He needed to find Hermione. Or maybe Fleur would be better for this. The door to the Gryffindor common room opened, and Harry strode through. Seeing Hermione and Luna sitting together on the couch and studying, Harry sighed in relief. "Hey," he said, sitting down next to his girlfriend. "I need your help in deciphering the female gender, and I can't find Fleur." Hermione chuckled slightly and put down her notes. "This ought to be good. What's the problem, Harry?" He threw up some quick privacy charms and frowned, looking at his lap. "Daphne just kissed me a few minutes ago." "Oh." Hermione's amused expression melted away, replaced by a carefully neutral one. "And did you kiss her back?" I froze. It was rather unexpected, to say the least. By the time I realized what she was doing, she had already pulled back and all but ran away, saying she was sorry. Hermione wrestled with herself for a few moments. Eventually, she reached over and patted Harry's hand. While I take fault with her chosen method of intimating interest, Harry shook his head and interrupted. She was trying to work up to saying something when she found me, but she switched gears halfway through. I guess I know what she was trying to say now. "Be that as it may, Harry," Hermione grimaced, "there was a reason that I put Daphne at the top of the list for suitable partners for you over the summer." He frowned, thinking back to that conversation before Tonks had been brought into the talk. "Even above yourself, if I remember right." "I know I am not an ideal partner, Harry," Hermione sighed. "I'm bossy and overbearing. I'm not beautiful, social, political, or tactful. Daphne is all those things. She is also far more of your equal in battle situations." Harry stayed quiet for several long moments. "You don't give yourself enough credit, Mione." "None of that should matter anyway," he exclaimed, scowling. "I already have 3 girlfriends, which are far too many for any one man, and she's dating Tracy. What the hell do I keep doing that makes every female I know go crazy? Did you know that Tracy and Daphne have been having problems?" Luna asked quietly. Both Harry and Hermione turned to look at the blonde. Luna shrugged. "You must have seen they had issues throughout the year. You are not totally unobservant, Harry." "Well, sure, but they've been better the last few months," he said. "They stopped arguing and started hanging out alone again." Luna sighed and shook her head. "Daphne has spent so much time with you this year that, well, Hermione is not the only one who feels that you two fit very well. Tracy and Daphne had previously come to an understanding. I believe I actually factor into it as well, though, from the other side. It is quite possible that with the end of the tournament looming and the potential for further lethal complications, Daphne finally was confronted with being forced to act on her attraction for her and Tracy. This may be the straw that breaks the camel's back, so to say." "But," Harry said, frowning in confusion. "They will both be fine," Luna assured him. "They will remain friends, and they may even remain lovers. I don't profess to know the full details of their agreement. You would have to speak with them. The important thing is that both knew and expected this day would likely come for some time now." Harry scowled. "Now I'm even more confused. And it still shouldn't matter. I'm with Hermione, Tonks, and Fleur. Daphne was always going to be a consort, Harry," Luna said with a sad little shrug. "Her father would never allow for any other option if she wished to inherit any of his estate. She made peace with this as a little girl, as did I after my mother's death, though, granted, for far different reasons. Luna, Harry groaned and put his hand in his hands. You aren't going to try and convince me to let you be my consort as well, are you? Bloody hell, I can only have two anyway. Hermione shook her head and patted his hand. Language, Harry. Luna smiled slightly and chuckled. I don't know for sure yet, Harry. At this point, I don't think so, but I can't claim to know the future. For the moment, I think I will simply maintain my courtship of Tracy and remain FWBRs with you. Hermione narrowed her eyes at Luna. I know I'm going to regret this, but FWBR? Friends with breeding rights, the blonde explained with a wide grin. Harry and Hermione both groaned. Luna laughed again and got up to give Harry a light hug. Relax, Harry. While you will likely have to have a very long, very frank talk with Daphne, it does not have to be tonight. The fact that she did it rather impulsively and ran afterwards makes this something better put off for the moment rather than confronted immediately. Instead, rest. Center yourself and focus on the task tomorrow. Good luck, Harry. I'll see you both in the morning. Luna smiled at the couple and left their little contained bubble. Harry sighed and leaned against Hermione. Why can't my life ever be normal, Mione? Hermione shook her head amused and embraced him. Somehow I don't think the forces of the universe would quite stand for that. Harry, go to the room. I'll find Fleur and NYM and meet you there. We can all talk or simply relax and try to get some sleep. Instead of moving, Harry just squeezed her hand. Why aren't you angry with me, Mione? I kissed another girl. I have 2 other girlfriends besides you. It looks like at least one of our close friends is going to try and make that into 3. Why are you okay with all of this? He finished the last barely above a whisper. Harry, I love you, Hermione said softly. I have loved you since I was 12. I knew the type of crazy roller coaster I was going to be getting in for when I chose to pursue a relationship with you. I won't lie and say I'm fully comfortable with how things have turned out. It would, however, be extremely hypocritical of me to berate you for these types of things that are completely out of your control. You need a second wife if you want to stay in this world. Fleur needs someone she is comfortable with and will allow her to maintain her family for at least 1 more generation. Tonks needs someone who can look at her as more than a sex doll. I have suspected Daphne would be interested in you since she fought with you against that basilisk. This is nothing like what I planned for my life when I was a little girl, but that is a price I am perfectly willing to pay if it means that I get to live with magic and be with you. She paused and gave a small chuckle. And I have to extend that statement to NYM and Fleur now too. I admit my feelings for each approach, my feelings for you. She pushed him back a bit and glared at him. And for the record from what you said a few minutes ago, you did not kiss another girl. She kissed you. This is a very important distinction, Harry. It means I can be angry with Daphne and tell her off later. Should you be the one kissing someone other than the 3 of us, well, this conversation would have been quite a bit more heated. Just because I think Daphne is well suited for you does not mean I am willing to have you just up and kiss her without speaking with the rest of us. Harry shook his head and grumbled. I really don't understand girls at all. No, you really don't. Most males don't. She shook her head and stood pulling him to his feet and pushing him towards the portrait hole. Go to the room, Harry. I'll find the others. Bedroom configuration, please. Harry relaxed on the bed in the room of requirement, with his head resting on Fleur's chest while she stroked his bare back. Thanks for not asking anything, Fleur, Harry said quietly. She smiled and kept running her fingers up and down his spine, sending pleasant tingles through his back. You will say something when you are ready to. Harry. Besides, Nymph and Mione are not here. Harry snickered. Yeah, and Wyam can really disappear pretty well when she wants. Huh? Are you okay for the task tomorrow? Fleur nodded. Oui. Knowing that this is merely a maze makes things far less stressful. And with Z wings clipped for Z Toad, I think we should be. Don't, Harry said, sitting up and covering her mouth with his hand. Fleur's eyes widened a bit, and he could feel her laughing against his hand. Don't even finish the thought, Fleur. We don't need to tempt fate. Don't need to tempt fate for what? Tonks asked as she walked into the room. Her foot caught onto the edge of the rug, and she let out a squawk of surprise as she was sent careening into the bed. Harry twisted and caught her half on and half off the bed, sending them both tumbling to the floor to the laughter of both Fleur and Hermione. Ow. At least you landed on something soft. Namely me, Harry groaned from his position underneath Tonks. Hermione, grinning, walked over and pulled Tonks up, while Fleur stayed laughing hysterically in the bed. Harry levered himself up and went back to his previous position. You make a good cushion, Wonder Boy, Tonks said as she dusted her jacket off and stripped off her boots. Fleur, already topless, I see. Fleur shrugged. Well, it is a bedroom. It seemed appropriate. Harry certainly doesn't seem to be complaining, Hermione commented, also kicking off her shoes and removing her robe. Hey, I wasn't complaining about the lack of dress of the hot Vila bedmate. I was complaining they didn't wait for us. Harry snorted. Well, you should have been easier to find instead of Hermione having to track you down with her aid. This is the night before the final task. You should have expected us to be sleeping together. Nymph, Fleur commented with raised eyebrows. How can you pronounce nymph and not that? PH, isn't that different from TH dot? Tonks asked, pulling off her own clothes and hopping into the bed with them. And I was busy trailing Moody. I can pronounce nymph because nymph is cute, and not that because Z, T, and H together are hard. Hermione frowned. While the latter half of that explanation makes perfect sense, the first part with being able to say something because it is cute is, wait, you're just having us on. Part of your accent is exaggerated, isn't it? Fleur dissolved into giggles. It took you this long to figure that out, Mione? Most of it is real. I will admit to not putting any effort into improving the rest stuff. I know yous find it attractive. Tonks snickered. Not the word I would use. Endearing, hot, sexy, alluring. Those are more appropriate qualifiers. Harry just shook his head. I am so totally outnumbered here. NYM, did you catch Moody doing anything suspicious? With Umbridge about to be arrested tomorrow, I figure we need to watch both him and Dumbledore in case they try anything daring, considering the prime saboteur target is going to vacate the premises. Dumbledore being the prime mover here is so frustrating. I still can't believe you spoke to the Flammels about this in person. Hermione murmured dejectedly. I hope they want to talk with the rest of us soon. Let's focus on our partners surviving the task first, and then deal with the centuries-old pranksters being interested in us. Yeah, Tonks said, raising her eyebrows. In answer to your question, Harry, yeah, I kinda did. He snuck out of the grounds using the tunnel under the Whomping Willow. I couldn't follow him any further without risking getting caught, unfortunately. Sneaking off the grounds the night before the task? Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. Harry sighed, collapsing bonelessly back against Fleur again, who proceeded to wrap her arms protectively around him. This time, I will protect you. Airy, Fleur murmured, rubbing her cheek against his hair. You have been hero enough for this year. Hermione growled as she moved to Fleur's other side and pulled them both into a hug. I quite agree with that assessment. And why can't you just have Amelia arrest him? Tonks sighed and fell back against the sheets. One arm snaked under the other three, while she stared at the ceiling. Mostly because he's a retired Auror, and we have no proof. Same problem with Dumbledore, just a different fashion. Dumbles is protected by his image, and the public's opinion that he can do no wrong. Mad-Eye is protected by the law. What do you mean, protected by the law? Harry asked, frowning. Auror veterans are covered by a lot of extra laws. Wonder Boy. If we arrest an ex-Auror without knowing exactly what they've done and pre-stating it, even if we find evidence against them, it's not supposed to count in the court. What kind of stupid idiot decided on that policy? Tonks shrugged. Actually, it tends to work out really well for us. See, the original intent was to prevent anyone we had put away or pissed off while on the job from framing us for something, and then having their buddies do a raid to find the evidence. It's saved a lot of veterans' arses, to be honest, so I can't really fault the law just because it's inconvenient at the moment. So we can do nosing while he hides behind a cloak of legalese and plots our murders. Fleur asked, narrowing her eyes. There must be something we can do, and Hermione pleaded with the older woman. Tonks snorted and lifted herself up to stare at each of them. Do you guys seriously think I'd let my partners waltz into that maze without taking some steps to keep them safe? Harry held up a hand. I figured you had a plan. Nobody likes a suck-up, Wonder Boy, Tonks said with an amused note in her voice. Then her face twisted into a wry grin and looked at him hungrily. Though I can certainly think of another use for that snake-speaking tongue of yours. Harry felt Fleur make a deep guttural sound of agreement that vibrated through her chest while Hermione just rolled her eyes. He shook his head and reached over to pat Tonks on her bright pink hair. Later, NYM. First we need to finish this conversation. Always spoiling my fun, Tonks said, shaking her head. She sighed theatrically, and her tone grew far more serious. In all honesty, though, I didn't want you guys to worry. Bonesy is sending over Shaq and a few other Aurors to help me keep watch. Shaq and her will be on Dumble's duty along with my cousin. I'll be watching Mad-Eye along with Proudfoot and Scrimgeour. If either of them try anything to hurt you two, we'll take them out before they get a spell off. Fleur nodded and squeezed Harry tighter. Good. I am getting razor tired of Airy continually being injured in Z's tasks. Yeah, it's not exactly my favorite pastime either, he snorted. Hermione just leaned into them both and buried her head in Fleur's side. I hope you both come through this without injury. When I heard you'd nearly died last time. She let a short sob, causing the others to shift so that Hermione was in the middle. I'm sorry. This is just all so overwhelming at the moment. I don't want to see anyone getting hurt anymore. Shoo, Harry said, holding on to the brunette. We'll be fine, Mione. We always are. We may end up being banged up a bit, but we'll be fine. You better be, Wonder Boy, Tonks murmured. You're not off the hook either, Fleur. You're far too hot to get hurt tomorrow. I will take that as a compliment, Fleur said, affecting a high-class tone and setting her shoulders in a haughty air. Inasmuch as that was possible, while still cuddling Harry to her chest at least. Tonks just chuckled, as it was intended to be. Harry, to take our minds off of this depressing route, Mione mentioned something as we were coming up about Daphne. What happened? Fleur lifted her head at that and looked at Harry with interest. Harry groaned and shook his head. I have no idea. She kissed me in the Ollery and ran away saying she was sorry. Luna said she's interested in the other Consort thing and has been for a while, but didn't want to act until the stress of the last task coming up brought it to a head and forced the issue. Surprisingly, Fleur grinned. Tonks, on the other hand, groaned and lay back down, slapping her free hand to her forehead. Merlin, another one? How do you keep acquiring girls, Wonder Boy? I would say karma, but this is getting ridiculous. I already told Hermione, I can barely handle you 3, let alone anyone else. Harry grumbled. Well, I am certainly not surprised. On that date to Hogsmeade, I considered joining forces with her if she decided to make a move, Fleur said. 3 sets of mouths gaped open, and 3 sets of heads twisted to stare at Fleur. She shrugged. What? She is very attractive, Non. It is also readily apparent that she is extremely skilled for a Forzier, plus she has history with usury, and has proven herself loyal to Airy above all his heirs. I don't really see the problem. Tonks snorted. Well, we know where her vote lies. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that at the moment. Harry, Daphne is nice enough and certainly a huge ally, but she doesn't strike me as the type who'd be interested in the rest of us besides you. I mean, yeah, she'd probably be okay with it every once in a while, but it would be primarily just you and her in a relationship. Unlike the whole group thing we're trying to make work at the moment. She sighed and shook her head. Like with accepting Fleur, I'm going to default to the majority either way, but I would ask that you wait and have a really long talk with her. It's not like I was going to run to the Slytherin dorms and drag her to bed. And wham, Harry said, annoyed. Geez, it took me months to accept Fleur into this relationship, and I knew she liked me beforehand. Sorry, Harry, Tonks sighed. That came out sounding mean. I didn't intend it like that, and I know that's not what you would do. What do you think, Mione? Hermione grimaced and let her hair fall over her head like a curtain. Well, I always said that Daphne was a perfect partner for Harry. I was perfectly fine with it when it was just him and me. Now, though, with you and Fleur as well. Daphne is very much an alpha-type personality, and while I think she'd do fine with just Harry and one other, I'm not sure how well she'd be willing to slot into this many people. So, like you said, and wham, I'd like to sit down with her and see what she expected. Harry raised his hand again. Girls, I have zero intention of starting anything with Daphne without everyone sitting down and talking to her. Preferably with Tracy there as well, if what Luna was intimating is correct. No matter what, it's not something that's happening tonight or tomorrow night. So can we please drop it and get to the relaxing? Tonks raised her eyebrows and grinned at him. I like it when you get assertive, Harry. As do I, Fleur said, licking her lips. It does have a certain attractive aspect to it, Hermione commented, smiling. Harry looked at the three women staring hungrily at him and gulped. Something told him it was going to be a long night. Shiva couldn't stop fidgeting in the seat next to Remus. There were still a few minutes before the final task would begin, and Umbridge had just shown up. The bitch had the audacity to waltz across the grounds like she owned the place. Obviously, no one had bothered to give her the heads up that her arse was about to be arrested and tossed into a French prison. While two junior Aurors approached the toad from the stands, Shiva caught her staring at the giant floating egg labyrinth and a huge grin crossing her expression. The professor growled and stood up. Remus, tell the others I'm going to talk with the bitch. She looks way too pleased at the moment. They'll be interrogating her, the werewolf said, turning to look at the toad and frowning. Yeah, and if she's already acted, they might not get answers fast enough. Everything else has been sabotaged prior to the start. I'll let you know if I find out anything. She started pushing her way past the seats, keeping her eyes centered on Umbridge. She had just cleared most of the rows when the undersecretary started swatting away the hands of the Auror trainee, who had approached her. I am the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. How dare you? I will have your jobs, and see you in Azkaban for this. Umbridge's voice carried over most of the crowd, and drew several eyes. The Auror said something else, prompting Umbridge to rear back in shock. A moment later, Shiva saw a snarl curl the woman's features, and she raised her wand. The junior Aurors were too slow to react, and Umbridge hit them both with a jet of purple light before turning and starting to run towards the Forbidden Forest. Shiva cursed and jumped over the last partition, rolling to her feet as she hit the ground. She started sprinting after the bitch while the two Aurors were mobbed by Pomfrey and another witch. Nobody but her seemed to be going after the undersecretary. Damn you, fudge, Shiva muttered as she crossed into the forest, closing on her prey. You made sure the newbies would be the ones to pick her up, so she'd get away. Not going to happen. Not this time. I let Pettigrew escape. I'm not letting her get off too. Umbridge had obviously never bothered to try running from someone before, and made no effort to cover her tracks. Nor did the woman seem to be in shape at all, since Shiva could hear her breathing hard just a short ways up the path. The forest path grew darker and darker as Shiva drew the gap shorter. She tripped over a root and stumbled, falling to the forest ground. The impact jarred her calm stone loose, and it bounced away into the brush, but Shiva ignored it, and the pain in her ear focusing instead on not losing Umbridge. Scowling at the lost time, Shiva quickly picked herself back up and activated one of Harry's slow burns to light the way. Assured that she could see the path again, Shiva continuing back on towards Umbridge, when a loud shriek sounded from around the bend ahead of her. A satisfied grin crossed her face as she sprinted to finally catch the woman. Shiva tore around the bend and stopped short with her eyes wide. Her quarry had stumbled directly into a giant gossamer web strung out across the breadth of the trail. Umbridge's wand was lying on the ground several feet away, and she was struggling against the web's sticky hold. All she managed to do was get her head turned slightly and wrap herself into the strands even tighter. The woman's face was twisted into a snarl of anger and distaste as Shiva slowly walked forward, wand held high and watchful for any other webs. You know, Hagrid has mentioned that there are some acromantulas if you go deep enough into the forest. Apparently you found them, Shiva commented. Umbridge snarled. Don't just stand there, you conceited little woman. Get me down from here. Shiva tapped her leg with her free hand and frowned. She really should get the bitch down. There was no telling when the giant spider that spun this web would be back. Instead, she asked in a voice that was far more calm than she ever would have expected prior to speaking, "Why are you trying to kill Harry Potter?" "Let me down." "Tell me why you are trying to kill Harry Potter." "Umbridge," Shiva said again, her voice still deadly calm. Umbridge's snarl rang out, and her face twisted into hatred and rage. That jumped up little. Half-blood, Mutt thinks he's so much more superior than his betters. He thinks he can get away with insulting and degrading Cornelius. I showed that little runt who really runs this world. I showed him just who has the power. He is nothing, and his little bitches are nothing. Mudbloods, half-breeds, abominations. Shiva felt ice run through her veins, and it took all she had not to send a piercing spell through the woman's body. Her lips pulled into a scowl, and she had to take several deep breaths before she could speak. "Who put you up this? Who fed you the ideas? You imbecile, stupid little half-blood. How dare you imply that I'm not intelligent enough to do my own work? Get me down from here, and I'll show you how intelligent I am." Umbridge screamed. For a brief moment, Shiva entertained the idea that the bitch was actually crazy. If she honestly believed that she was smart while screaming obscenities at the only one close enough to help. No, it didn't matter. Who told you about the aspect columns? Who mentioned it would be a good idea to use the extra ward on the first task? That pathetic fool, Dumbledore, wouldn't stop touting off about the safety concerns. Umbridge spat. "I saw the opportunity, and I took it, just like any true pureblood would." He proved how weak he has become in his old age by ignoring what was right in front of him. Shiva shook her head in amazement. Umbridge really was this stupid. None of this would fall back on Dumbledore thanks to his brilliant playing of the bitch, but she could at least use this as a chink in his armor. "What did you do tonight? What sabotage is there on this last task? None of the fools will make it through quickly enough, so they will all die. That trumped-up half-blood orphan, his creature whore, the blood traitor, and the dim-witted muscle have no hope of finishing in time. They'll scream as they're crushed, and the world will see what happens to people who think themselves above their place in society." Shiva snarled and raised her wand to start and burn down the web so that she could get the bitch back quickly enough to try and undo whatever she had done to the arena. The professor froze solid with her wand half raised as chattering started up ahead and to either side of their position. Umbridge's eyes widened as two large acromantulas appeared at the top of the web and slowly started coming down the tree line. "Get me out! Get me out, you pathetic little worm! Get me out!" Shiva's eyes flicked from the acromantulas to Umbridge and back. Finally, she said softly, "If you escape, you would just try to kill him again. You've already tried to kill Harry 4 times. 5 counting tonight. You almost managed to get Fleur and Gabrielle in the process. If I save you and you manage to wiggle free of this, you'll just come at him again and again until either you die or he does. Get me out." The acromantula chattered a soft laugh as it stepped closer to the bound and screaming undersecretary. Shiva stepped back, and her features went blank. She lowered her wand and activated her ninja Rune Stone. "You shouldn't have tried to kill my son. Goodbye, Dolores Umbridge." Shiva's disembodied voice rang as a final bell toll for the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic as she turned and started running back to the arena. Thank you for listening to Part 5 of Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path. This part of the journey reminds us that every spell has weight, every decision a price. And for Harry, the pursuit of mastery may come at the risk of losing his place in the world he once thought he belonged to. As the Rune Stone continues to unravel its secrets, Harry is no longer just a student. He's becoming a force of change. But change, as we know, rarely comes without conflict. What stood out most to you in this part? A powerful spell? A subtle emotional moment? Or maybe a brewing confrontation you see on the horizon? Let us know in the comments. We're eager to hear your thoughts. If you're enjoying the ride, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with other fans of deep, lore-rich Harry Potter stories. And for those of you making this journey possible, thank you for supporting us through the Wizard Army. Did you know? The Rune Stone Path is praised for its balance of character introspection and detailed magical structure, making it a favorite among fans who enjoy both heart and logic in their fanfiction. Thank you again for walking the path with us. And remember, true magic isn't in the spell, it's in the choice to cast it. We'll see you next time for Part 6. Until then, stay wise, stay grounded, and keep turning those runes.